All right. I hope everyone's back. We have 1 minute until the promise break is over, and then we're starting with reviewing the number of the international sessions per year that are proposed by the governing body and the international office, with the spokesperson being Lika and Ilya. So in 1 minute, we'll be starting with this topic of debate. So I encourage everyone who didn't get a chance to speak so far to raise their virtual hand, and you'll get the chance to do so.
Good morning, everybody.
Did you get the new glasses?
No, I wish we could match them, but
yeah, that would be good. All right, I think it will be done in 10-ish seconds, and we can slowly start with this topic of debate. So Ilya or Lika, whoever wants to go first, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Thank you, Stefan, for the introduction. Very happy to see you all, and the discussions are really fruitful. Happy to listen to them. So today we are introducing me on behalf of the governing body and Ilya on behalf of the international office. We are introducing this topic of debate. That is reviewing the number of international sessions that we hold every year annually. And the main aim of this discussion and of this topic is to kind of enable us to reflection on the number of the international sessions. And we particularly see that it is very right time to do so because of the pandemic, and that this was really a learning point, especially in regards to the international sessions, but also because EYP itself started to innovate even more during the pandemic. And on top of that, I think it was particularly interesting to explore how thematic partnerships can be new way of envisioning the events and the projects in EYP. So basically the rationale behind is that the international sessions, yes, are our flagship events, definitely, and IO remains to be a service hub for multiple tasks. And for us, and I think for the whole network, it would be very interesting to explore how the IO can really channel its resources more toward the network and toward the NCs and national committees particularly, apart from the international sessions. And I think that we this year saw that these resources, when they were channeled more towards the innovation and towards the fundraising in different directions, the whole network really benefited from it. Also, we saw that when the network is really dependent on the ISs, particularly in the way that we are now, and there is some sort of the crisis, it is very, very hard for us to have a contingency planning in action and already in place. And it was particularly hard to do that in light of the international sessions and the pandemic at the same time. Also, apart from this, it is interesting to explore how the financial structure can really reflect international sessions and its number annually. And in the recent past, we have also had years when we really organized 2 international sessions, and it was good possibilities for the NCs to organize international forums, for example. But of course, for example, GB as well as the IO, especially as it is is a service hub for the whole network, really did not support and could not, because of the human resources and the capacities, could not really support the IF that much. And also it would be interesting possibility to do that with a reduced number of international sessions per year. But most importantly, also why this topic of debate was kind of inspired is the possibility to explore more thematic partnerships and more thematic themes that can really be overarching for the whole network per year, and really connect the international sessions not only with each other but also with regional and national sessions that national committees organize per year, and to see these synergies, because for now capacities are not that much to explore these synergies and how we can have these thematic partnerships and thematic flagship events across the whole network. And we think that maybe decreasing the number of international sessions will actually give us this opportunity. But for us, it is like really to see your opinions and to see what you think about it. We, for example, last year also discussed it internally within the GB, and we thought that it is definitely something that might be explored, and especially to see what the national committees think about it. There are, of course, some like not like really minor policy implications that can be really taken care of by the GB and the BNC. So it's not something that will require a big changes, but like what will be very important in terms of the future step is to have a very good contingency planning and action plan and the timeline, and of course the explanation and justification for the partnerships and for the future fundraising strategy for the network, and in terms of what IO does and what GB does on yearly basis. But yeah, in terms of like the service hub and in terms of what IO does for the international sessions and how these two things are related, maybe also Ilya wants to comment, and I will give him a word as well if he wants to elaborate on that more.
Thank you, Lika. I think you've covered it really well, and I'm happy because it's a very strategic shift in the network to have the governing body kind of lead this process. From our side, what I can say is that this year in particular, we were confronted with a reality that you as the network really carried the entire EYP network through this pandemic. You came up with events, you adapted, and we did provide service, but we did provide service in many different ways that are not related to the portfolio of IS. So in that sense, we realized that maybe there is, an opportunity to give you the floor here at the BNC meeting where it should be done, to kind of reflect together with us and hear your thoughts on the matter and see how you perceive this process. I would also like to clarify that it's not just the pandemic in this previous year. We've also had situations not too long in the past where there were cancellations due to either war or volcano eruptions or just a bid that didn't go through. So from our side, we've also seen during those years that there were IFs and events in the network that stood up and that really were the hubs that replaced what used to be third IS. In that regard, we see that our role as service providers and somebody who can nurture those efforts of you as the national committees. And we want to enable you to come up with projects that we can maybe support you. So in that regard, we were reflecting on our resources and want to now give you the floor to see how we can coordinate to make sure that our resources are used in the best way possible.
Thank you very much, Ilya. And Lika, of course. And just a slight reminder to everyone that we are again live on YouTube and on our way to become famous. So now it's EYP the Netherlands time to shine with their statement. So EYP the Netherlands, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I want to thank Ilya and Lika for starting this off. From our personal experience within EYP the Netherlands, we have, of course, done an IS 2.5 years ago. We are doing an IF next week, of course, being digitally, but with all the ambitions that an IF should have. We have noticed that it is quite a struggle to organize an IS. It feels a bit like the Olympic Games of EYP in many ways. Also with the added value of the Olympic Games always being quite a struggle to organize financially, taking a lot of human resources and just being a challenge in and of itself. While on the other hand, being a flagship event and being very rewarding when you do manage to pull it off. That being said, we therefore completely recognize the challenges that the GB and the IO have illustrated. And I therefore don't necessarily think that it's a bad idea to move towards 2 ISs per year. But I would also like to touch upon another aspect, and that's the way that we're currently doing ISs with a lot of guidelines, or quite a bit of rules attached to them. It's of course that these guidelines are part of what makes it a flagship event, but it also makes it more difficult to organize it. So European Netherlands will be more towards an approach where an IS has more place for innovation, maybe more place for freedom as well. So of course, then you can say, well, but maybe it starts to look a bit more like an IF, but that might not necessarily be a bad thing as long as it's still this flagship event that we want it to be. So I think we can go more ways other than just going from 2 ISs. Nonetheless, I think this is a good discussion to be had. And when you think about process, I think it's good to start off with the point, hey, do other NCs recognize this issue with organizing ISs? Of course, if the IO and GB agree with this, and then go forward from there to see what our alternatives could be and making sure that this is remedied in the future with one of these, of course, being going to 2 ISs per year instead of 3.
Thank you very much, EYP the Netherlands. Now we have Ilya and Lika. If you have anything to respond to, feel free to use this opportunity to respond to the Netherlands.
Yeah, I will just follow up briefly. Thank you, Tom and Derek, for a very constructive statement. We do agree in terms of innovation, definitely. That's a very good point. And I think in 2017 or 16, EYP Netherlands also had the topic of debate about the future of international sessions, if I'm not mistaken, something along with those lines. And we had sort of really interesting findings there as well, how particularly NCs should really organize the international sessions and how they should get ready for organizing international sessions. And I think that were really nicely put forward by the NCs who later on filled in the bid and submitted to the IO and the GB. I think that really interesting prospect to explore is not to only innovate the international sessions that we currently have, but also what are the other formats where we can bring to back to the network, because also the new EYP strategy, we have this pillar that says that we need the network that is rich in terms of tools and methods and formats, and that is a really strong word to say, but how to try to get away from the formats that been there for very long, have them in place, but also to really look forward to something new that might be interesting for the network. And in that sense, also to diversify the participants of those events, and also to free up some capacities of the IO and the GB, but most importantly of the IO in this case as well.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add, thanks a lot for recognizing the sheer amount of resources that goes into such events. And it's really Olympic Games, as you said. From our side, I understand the point that there could be different things to be done, to maybe reduce a bit on policies and get more on guidelines. However, I would say that has already been happening. If you say there is no, the events that are now planned, they would like to have workshops or fairs instead of some program parts that used to be compulsory. We try to reduce on the ceremonies and speeches and have more interactive panel debates. So there is, I think the direction that you suggest is something that's already happening in terms of reevaluating the policies and moving towards guidelines. But it's still important for us to keep the basics, because they are the only flagship events of the network, and they're the only event that has the capacities, because we provide a service that brings all the NCs on board, or at least that's what we try always, through the policies on how many each committee can send in their delegation until any other policy. So from our side, I see the point that you make and we agree with it, but I don't necessarily see it as mutually exclusive from this proposal, because I feel like in a holistic way, the resources that we use could be used maybe in a better prospect.
Thank you very much, Ilya and Lika. And now, before we start the debate, I want to remind everyone that we have around 30 more minutes for this topic of debate. So try to be brief and use the opportunity to raise only one point. So then we'll have more people join in. With that being said, EYP Serbia messaged me because they cannot raise their virtual hand and they will get the first point. So EYP Serbia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Stefan, for recognition, and also to Lika and Ilya for proposing this. I feel like if we could have an international session every month, everyone would love that, because it is our flagship event, and who's ever been to an IS knows the experience and the feeling they get from it. However, there comes a point where quality comes over quantity. And we've seen in the past years that at least one of the 3 sessions, international sessions, are of less quality than the 2 others. So I feel like putting resources into 2 sessions instead of 3 would result in sessions of a better quality. But my main point that I wanted to come across is the sustainability and the impact that international sessions have on the environment. And the environmental impact of ISs is yet to be evaluated, but I think that if we decrease from 3 to 2, our environmental impact would be much less than it is. And I feel like as an organization that advocates for sustainability, this is a topic that we discuss at every session, we should also act upon it. And one of the ways we can act upon it is just decreasing the number of our international sessions from 3 to 2. So although I would love to have as many ISs as possible, there are so many other considerations such as sustainability. So yeah, this is the point that I wanted to come across. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EYP Serbia. Now we go back to EYP Finland.
I just wanted to make a quick point that EYP Finland really supports this motion of like decreasing the number of ISs from 3 to 2. Yes, because we are currently struggling a lot with filling all these like delegate spots for like 3 ISs. For example, for the IS Milan, we don't have a single person in the Finnish delegation, just because we haven't had that much engagement from Finnish people in our digital sessions. And also, like, you know, during normal times, non-pandemic times, when we have physical sessions, we still struggle with filling all these spots, since we have, I think, 8 or 9. So I really support this, and I feel like we would be able to fill our delegations if we decrease the number of ISS.
Thank you very much, EYP Finland. So now let's go to EYP Ireland.
Thank you. Yeah, so EYP Ireland completely supports this as well. And I guess in light of discussions yesterday on trying to diversify what, you know, the group that EYP is inclusive of, it was very much underlined that there's an importance that more time can be delegated, as Lika suggested earlier, that maybe some of the IO's time and effort that is put into this extra international session could be delegated to other things. And I think EYP Ireland thinks that time would be better delegated into things such as diversity and outreach in EYP. And that's why we largely agree with that.
Thank you very much. So now we can go back to the proposing entities. So Ilya and Lika, you have some time to respond to this, but in general, I feel like all 3 NCs supported your initiative, with the questions of sustainability being raised, as well as the human resources to fill in the delegate spots at all those ISs. So Ilya or Lika, you have the floor to quickly reply to this.
Thank you for the points and very positive feedback. The one thing that I would just want to highlight is that international sessions essentially are flagship events, because this is the only platform that really brings together all the NCs, more or less. Most of the time it really brings all the NCs together, and eventually that is the reason why it is flagship, because of the size and because of the quality and because of the different thematic formats that it offers, but also because it really brings all people together across the network. And this is essentially a very important part of it. And I think, and I would be really glad to also hear your opinions about what are the other possibilities or opportunities for the network where we can have something else other than the international session, where we can actually bring people together. It might be also capacity building events, something alike to Summer Academy as well, and how because of that, we can have more inclusive approach towards the delegations and the people we invite to our sessions as well.
Thank you very much, Lika, for keeping it brief. So now let's go to EYP Greece.
Thank you, Stefan, and also thank you, Lika, for this great discussion. Something that you brought as well, something that we also found very interesting as an NC, is this exact idea of offering alternative ways of involvement, alternative ways of engagement as well. Because from our side, we have not had a great issue with finding delegates. Rather, we would love to give them honestly more opportunities to get involved. And seeing that we have not been able to organize an international session, we would be very much interested in other ways of getting involved, other opportunities of engagement. So we would also like to hear from other NCs if they have some ideas on this, and also what the support would be from the side of the international office in terms of how to put this together, how to organize this as a national committee, and how to basically do some, perform the same level of outreach that we would be performing for a flagship event or something similar.
Thank you very much, EYP Greece. We go now to EYP Belgium.
Thank you for recognizing me. First of all, I want to thank the GB and the IO to think about the number of ISs per year. And I do understand all the points that have been raised so far. Although I want to highlight something that was also mentioned in the rationale and intended outcome of the topic of debate about the financial aspect of it. This debate is actually quite connected to the EYP financing structure. And as you already pointed out, a lot of resources for the IO and the GB come from the international sessions. So decreasing the international sessions, as mentioned, also decrease the income of the IO. So I honestly do not think that decreasing the amount of ISSR per year is a very good strategy to go with. For example, we in the proposal for the EYP financing structure, EYP Belgium has already approximately need to pay 4,000 euros a year, which is already quite a lot. And if ISs are decreased as well, I don't see how you could combine those two, like decreasing the ISs while also asking for more money, because apparently you don't have that. So I think it's quite contradictory to propose these two things at the same time. Yes, actually, that was my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EYP Belgium. And now we have a direct response coming from EYP Denmark. So EYP Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's very short. To Jeff, I totally understand your points of decreasing it, how it will, of course, also decrease the income. However, I would also just point out that the IS are some of the flagship events that are also quite expensive. So, of course, by having one less, there would also be less expensive in that way. But to the general network, I agree with what you said.
Okay, we have two more direct responses, but the first was EYP Turkey. So EYP Turkey, you have the floor for this direct response.
Thank you. I also think it's a little bit contradicting if IO gets income from the ISs, they want to decrease this, and they also want to give better support to NCs. But how can they do this if their income will be lower? Like, I understand that there will be a reallocation of resources, as Ilya also mentioned, that resources can be better allocated. But is this one more IS holding the IO back from reallocating the resources? That's my question, actually.
All right, thank you very much. So just to check with EYP Belgium, is your direct response connected to EYP Turkey's direct response, or can we go to EYP France for their direct response?
Yes, you can. Sorry.
EYP France, you have the floor for a direct response.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I wanted to reply it. We had a situation in France like 2 years ago, and we had the discussion between passing from two national sessions to one, and this question of financing actually is like, okay, we would get less money from the national session, but we can deepen our program strategy and to deepen over activities to make some money in our NCs. So I think the financing issue is not really connected, and we will have the discussion after all, because there is one part on the BNC program agenda. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, EYP Belgium actually has a direct response now. So EYP Belgium, you have the floor for this direct response.
Yes, I'm going to be very quick. I'm very sorry. So I don't understand why it wouldn't be connected to the EYP financing structure, as basically the whole thing about EYP financing structure is that the IO doesn't have enough money to sustain their workings. So they want to come to the NCs to ask for money, but then they want to decrease the ISS, which is one of the main incomes of like the IO. So I don't understand why it's not connected, and it's really contradictory. So yes, I do think that it's a bad idea, as it's contradictory to the EYP financing structure as well.
Thank you very much, EYP Belgium. So if it's okay with Lika and Ilya, I would love to go to EYP Germany before coming back to you.
Yeah.
And then Sweden, I know. EYP Germany.
Maybe we can also try to respond to some of the points if they clarify it, but feel free to take it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get EYP Germany, and then we have Switzerland, Sweden, and Norway for the final round. EYP Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's actually not about finance structure, so I hope that is okay. It's about whether you already have in mind which international session you would like to cancel. Because we've been wondering about this because, as you said in the first statement, we as NCs have to structure our national selection processes around the international sessions. And for us in EYP Germany, for example, it's the case that the summer ISs are always the hardest to fill because summer vacation for the students are going on, and we always have to offer wildcards for the summer IS. So if we decide on reducing the number of ISs to 2 ISs per year, we would strongly suggest to go with the summer IS because it's the most difficult one from our perspective. But again, this has to be decided on if we decide on reducing the numbers. I was wondering if the GB and IO already have ideas on where to reduce the number of ISs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, I apologize to Ilya and Lika, but we have a direct response coming from EYP Sweden. So EYP Sweden, you have the floor much earlier than anticipated.
Excellent point by EYP Germany. As an NC who predominantly by design specifically sends school delegations to summer to ISS, we're particularly attentive to the spring and autumn sessions. And obviously the summer sessions are here to stay, I presume, which would mean that the arguably #1 benefit of being part of the network of flagship events would diminish, since NC support plays a minor part from our perspective. I would just want to quickly answer some points from the others. Related to the HR, when the pandemic ends, I'm sure there are NCs who would love to fill those spots that other NCs cannot. And lastly, sustainability. With that argument, where do you draw the line? Why 2 sessions per year? Why not none and go fully digital? Is it not better to strive towards making sessions more sustainable instead?
Thank you very much, EYP Sweden, and thank you for keeping it brief. We have 15 more minutes, so let's go to Ilya and Lika to respond, and then we'll have one more round before wrapping it up. So Ilya or Lika, whoever wants to.
Stefan. Thank you, Stefan, and thank you for all of these super insightful points. I think we've been thinking about them a lot, and the reason why we brought it up to just get us inside and get your thoughts. For which IS we would cancel or would not take place, I think it's not entirely clear in this proposal, and that's because we also wanted to hear your thoughts. From our side, summer is something that is quite popular in the network, and we understand the perspective from the NCs who work very closely with schools. So it's something that we would have to reflect on once we see whether this is at all the general direction that we want to move towards. What I would say is that, for example, this year we had due to the COVID, we had a change in our schedule. So we will basically finish with all events in August, which would enable us to have a follow-up event where we reflect and promote more the content that was produced at those events in September, October, and November. So that's kind of an innovation that we're trialing out this year, and we are curious to see whether that it adds more value to events that have taken place so far. So in that context, it will be something we will be reflecting on and seeing whether that was a new added value and whether that in terms of timeline makes sense. But it's still something that we're very open to discuss with you and hear your thoughts. I'm sure that depending on whether you work closely with schools or less close with schools, there are different perspectives on this matter, because it's a very diverse network in its workings. For EYP Greece point, I think, was about how to say that you don't have the problem of engaging delegates, but rather, there are even more of them who wish to go somewhere. I would say, while we are a flagship event in a sense that we bring the entire network and we promote it, I would still say that an opportunity to engage with EYP and experience EYP is not solely related to these events. And there are many other, hopefully when it's safe again to travel, I think there will be many other opportunities that are organized by our national committees, like forums, like national sessions that accept international delegates, that would allow, and from our side, and well, we haven't really discussed this, but I can say this, I would also not mind if we make the IS less exclusive and make it more inclusive, that people could just travel and experience EYP for large or smaller event rather than this specific type of event. So in that sense, I would even say that this is a debate or discussion to have with your members of just having the experience really is an amazing thing. And then the finances overall, thank you for all the points that you brought up. I think maybe there was a misperception, or I will share my perception on how the finance structure is proposed. It is not necessarily, as it was mentioned, because we need more money, but because we've been reflecting together with you and the GB and everybody for the longest time on how sustainable this whole system is and whether it makes sense to charge hundreds of young Europeans, of young students, school students, and finance our network through it. That was why we brought it up last meeting, and that was the reason for reflections previously. So for our in our minds, these proposals are not contradictory, but they go hand in hand, because we would rather want to see network that contributes to the finance structure and us giving back to the network than the volunteers doing that. So in that, and furthermore, I would say on the second point regarding the finances that you brought up, which is, how would we do when there were with less events per year? I would say that we've seen in this past year that there was basically no income or very little income, or a lot less than what we are used to, and that allowed some human resources for us to not only secure the existing partnerships, but achieve the new ones in a different way, not necessarily through these events, but through new events and formats that we give you and engage the network in, allows for more opportunities, more finances directed towards you directly, and that was only possible because we had human resources on our end to engage and provide those partnerships, secure, write grants, and get that money to direct towards you. So I hope I discussed, I responded to the main points, but let me know in the next round if you want any more clarifications.
Thank you very much, Ilya. And a quick reminder to everyone chatting in the Zoom chat, and have a good point or any point, please also share it to Slack. It's important to keep the discussion there as well. Now we have 10 more minutes, so let's start with EYP Norway.
Thank you. We've had the same issue as others with finding delegates now during Corona, but for us, this is not normally a problem finding delegates for international sessions. Instead, sending delegates to international session is very important arena for us to recruit delegates. And we find that a lot of people who've been sent to ISs continue within the organization. And it's kind of sad to hear that we would potentially lose 1/3 of that. So that's why we're quite critical to suggesting reducing the number.
Thank you very much, EYP Norway. Let's go to EYP Switzerland. Oh, wait, sorry, Switzerland. We have a direct response coming from EYP Turkey. So EYP Turkey,
I also agree on this. Even during the Corona period, we also had lots of interest from delegates to attend international sessions, and I wish we were one of the NCs who had problems to fill in those spots, but we cannot. So I see a mention of increased number of IFs. Maybe this can be used to compensate for the fact that there will be less ISs, but as they are also mentioned in the proposal, these IFs are very irregular, and how can we ensure that the number will stay as high when we switch to physical sessions?
Thank you very much, EYP Turkey, for keeping it brief. EYP Switzerland, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm going down a similar road with this point. I think sort of fighting the delegates' corner a bit. And I think it is important to know that the international sessions really are a big attraction for a lot of delegates. And that also means that I think whatever alternative events or alternative sort of resources that are being spent should also focus on that target group. And while in the sense that on a sort of strategic level and for network development, I see that there are a lot of other things that could happen. A lot of sort of capacity building events or sort of more strategic sort of events might be targeted more at EYPers who have been involved for a longer time or are already committed to the organization, whereas ISs often attract second-time delegates and people who then end up being very involved. So I think whatever would be an alternative would have to be still focused on that target group to make sure that the resources are not spent elsewhere.
Thank you very much, EYP Switzerland. Let's go to EYP Finland, and then probably EYP France to finish it off. So EYP Finland, you have the floor.
Yes. So I actually wanna talk a little bit about what EYP Croatia has previously mentioned in the chat. So like I think one of the reasons I agree that one of the reasons why we have so little delegates or none at all that we are sending to the ISS is because they are very long, and for like a digital event, sitting in front of a computer for 8 to 9 days, that is just not possible for some people. That is very taxing, very exhausting. Instead, I would maybe suggest that we aim to send delegates to other NCs like nationals, regionals, events in general, IFs, for example, because I think that like it gets the same kind of, it gets a similar kind of, it has a similar effect. Because to respond to kind of EYP Norway, EYP Finland has experienced that the people that continue are not only people that have taken part in ISS, but it's people that has gone abroad or to sessions abroad in general. So I think it's just like the whole kind of experience of going abroad and like interacting with people from other countries, other cultures that make people stay in this organization for us. So yeah, I would encourage to like decrease the amount of ISS and instead encourage a lot of like exchange between NCs when it comes to delegates.
Thank you very much. We have a direct response from EYP Spain. So quick question, is it directly related to the very last point made by EYP Finland?
It is related to the duration of the event, which you mentioned in the beginning. So I don't know if that's okay.
Yeah, just, yeah, keep it brief.
Okay, thank you. I only wanted to mention that the duration might not only be a reason why delegates don't join because of like the hours in front of the screen, but also because some delegates are usually not willing to sacrifice, for example, missing uni days or school days for a digital event as they are for a physical event. So that may also be a reason why delegates are not that willing to participate in ISS. Well, like we could not find anyone to send on IS, and that was one of the main reasons really. So yes, I fully agree with what EYP, I don't remember which EYP that was said just now.
Finland, I think. Thank you very much. And let's get one final point of debate from EYP France. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Yeah, just to say, I totally agree with what Finland said earlier, and maybe to come back on the connection with the financing of the structure. Maybe I misexpressed myself, saying it was not connected. Actually, it does. But let's just think is if you YP decrease the number of IS to open to a new kind of projects to open to mobility or other kind of projects, for instance, like multilingualism projects such as Ensemble that happens on November. Well, it brings new sources of fundings. So the decrease in fees from the decrease in IS is compensated with the increase of new funding from this kind of new projects. So actually, I think that's why I say it's not a matter of financing, because we always can find another way to find fundings. So I think maybe the issue is to think about, okay, we decrease from one, we decrease the number of IS, but what can we do to deepen our programs and to find new kind of fundings?
Thank you very much, EYP friends. And I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for 10 minutes for the point, but now we go back to Ilya and Lika to wrap up this topic.
I think we have a direct response, maybe.
Yes, we do have one. So EYP Belgium, you have the floor for the direct response.
Thank you. To answer that very briefly, I do understand EYP France's point. But however, then I would propose to the IO and the GB to come up with a plan to see some kind of replacement for that IS, because the main thing that the IO does for the whole network is organizing these ISs together with a hosting national committee. So in case they want to decrease the amount of ISs, I would propose that you come up with another kind of event or another kind of idea that can replace what the ISS does for our network. And then I can maybe be in favor of this proposal, like not proposal, but of this idea. But for now, it's a bit contradictory, as I said. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, EYP Belgium, for being so active in this topic of debate. So now, Ilya, you have the floor to respond.
Thank you. I'll pick up a few points. Thank you so much for very constructive points and feedback that we take with us. I'll talk to Miriam. I think point from Jeff and from Miriam are kind of similar in a way that they say we take this opportunity away from delegates. So if we want to proceed and do something, we need to make sure that the similar opportunities are there from our end. And I think there are different ways to do it, either with a new event or with like different partnerships that we bring into the support fund. For example, there will be a support fund for the large scale events that would be like a replacement. From our end, we also see it, the reason or why we were confronted with this proposal, I would say, or when we were thinking about it, was that we would rather see something instead of that IS that comes from you, from the network, from the NC, that we can enable, that we can support financially, and that we can connect you with the partnerships. So from our end, it's really along the lines of what was said by Jeff and by Miriam as well, about like, we don't want to take that away, take the opportunity away completely, but rather find ways to stimulate your NCs to come up with events that will be a good replacement, and they can engage delegates in different ways, whether it's a forum or whether it's a lab where they would not maybe work on resolutions, but work on something more engaging or something that's kind of new for the network. So from our side, it's something that we're definitely considering, and it's the reason why we proposed is to have more capacities to provide these alternative events or events that are more engaging for specific groups. Because this whole debate, I mean, we put it down a lot on finances, but it really wasn't necessarily even from the point of the finances. In our end, it was about how do we reach new target groups? How do we have new types of events that engage new audiences? And how do we more inclusive network? And on that note, just being more inclusive as a network, I would also support what Yannicka said, that I don't know if it was mentioned or implied, maybe I misunderstood, the people who are selected to go to these events are the ones who stay in the network, but I really hope that that's the mindset that we can switch, or we can just like move away from, because we see people that are either selected or not selected, and it's stay engaged in different ways, and we want to make sure that we're inclusive in our works, that not only people who are selected for the most the largest scales events are the ones who stay involved with the network. So from our end, it's something that could also benefit to this mindset shift. I hope I managed, yeah. And one last point. I think we talked about the digital events. I mean, I just want to make it clear that this discussion hopefully would be implemented only if it were to be passed or approved by the by the BNC, would only be approved in a time where we would hopefully not consider digital international sessions. But that was just a little clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, and just like a little follow-up, just like as a conclusion, is that I think that like three things were like really identified as well during this debate. First of all, is like how NCs recruit people for the international sessions in digital era, let's say. And I think it's like it's visible that maybe NCs need like more knowledge exchange in that terms, because it's very interesting that some NCs really struggle with the delegations and with filling in the spots, whereas other NCs are really good at that. So maybe it is a good like also platform, the opportunity to reflect on that and for the NCs to really exchange with the knowledge and experience. Just for the record, also with the Milano IS, is that in terms of the screen time, we really deviated and we're really flexible with the policy, and like screen time is really, really much decreased. And it's like way more flexible for the participants. So I think that was also the way forward. We really we did reformat the IS in the digital format. But other than that, yeah, I think Ilya was pretty clear, and like the main idea behind this debate is that to find the new ways and to find the new formats to really reach the new target groups, or to reach the same target groups but in the different way, not only through the international sessions, because international sessions sometimes can be very, for example, exclusive or very hard to organize, or might require more human resources or more capacities from the IO. So definitely for us, it's a really good opportunity to explore the ideas and further formats, how we can actually reach out new people through not only the ISs, but different formats, being it think tanks, being it different kind of projects or events, or more regional and inter-ANSI cooperations.
Thank you very much, Ilya and Lika. Again, we are 3 minutes over time, which is fine considering that we started 3 minutes later. And now, before we move over to the next topic of debate, I just want to thank everyone for having 10 points with 8 direct responses in total coming in this topic of debate, which was extremely interesting to chair. I really enjoyed it. And also with people joining in the discussion on Slack, I encourage you to continue doing that. It's been pretty interesting and cool to do this. So now I give floor back to Linda, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan.
I'll quickly still one second. Thank you so much for your input. We will continue responding on Slack and engaging there. We might approach you with an informal vote potentially on Slack, just to get the feeling of the room or of the BNC, but then feel free to approach us if you have any questions. It's something that we're at the very starting phase of this. We want to hear more of your thoughts, and thanks again for the lovely and lively debate.
Yes, thank you, Ilya. I would also like to second what Stefan said, that if you are making a longer comment, please do post it on Slack, because in Slack there will be traces of your comment. The Zoom chats will not be saved. Also, if you are just joining us now, please do put country code somewhere in your name. So if you have a point, we can call you up by your NC. So yeah, now we will go to the agenda item number 1, which was swapped with another agenda item from yesterday. So this debate is rethinking EYP outputs, and the proposing entity is International Office. And Francisca and Helena, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for a very fruitful and constructive debate so far. It was really great to see our network here gathering all together. With our current debate, we are moving to the topic dedicated to the future of EYP outputs, concretely speaking about our resolutions. The idea to rethink EYP output were brought to our attention by various EYP members in the course of innovation processes, as an example, in the frame of Innovation Lab in 2019, as well as during the preparation process for the ISs. To present you the topic of debate, I'd like to invite the moderator of a group of former IS presidents who led the process of developing a new resolution template, and that's Franziska Meyer, an EYP alumni and member of EYP Germany. So I would just go and give directly a word to her.
Yeah, thank you, Helena, and hello, everyone. As Helena has mentioned, I'm an EYP alumna, and in my active time, I was at my fair share of BNC meetings as president of EYP Germany and BNC representatives, and they've changed a lot. So it's very cool to be here generally, but also to see how you run things today. That's always very, very cool to see how much EYP develops. Yeah, I've been an alumna for quite a while now and involved with a couple of alumni initiatives. My last EYP session was the IS in LAX in 2016, which I presided. And I enjoy being in touch and staying involved with some EYP issues like this one. And in real life, so to speak, I'm working on my PhD in political science. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to discussing EYP outputs with you today. So let's jump to the first slide. Helena has already mentioned that we mainly focused in our work during the Output Lab, for example, on resolutions. But of course, this is a broader debate that also led us to think about some other forms of output and how they contribute to how we can communicate externally, but also improve maybe the content-related work of the sessions. So on the next slide, you'll see some background. Why did we even come up with the idea, or why did the office have the initiative to come up with resolving EYP resolutions or thinking about them again? EYP resolutions haven't changed since 1987. That's even before I was born, and I'm quite old. So, so many things have changed in our network, right? In the way we run our program and the context that we operate in, but resolutions still look largely the same. And there are many points of discussions where perhaps we've talked about this before in the past. Maybe you've also been part of some informal discussions about it. And a further inspiration was also that the EYP strategy and its active citizenship pillar targets at engaging more with outputs. Yeah, perfect. Next slide. So what was the idea behind reforming this output? I've mentioned now already a little bit, it felt like it was time to rethink EYP output. But one really important thing that came up again and again in our debates that I really wanted to share with you was that we, during the Output Lab, there was a group of former and future IS presidents, so older EYPers, and we felt in our time in EYP, there was often this feeling that resolutions are set in stone, and there's one good and correct way to do them, and if you don't do it that way, then you don't care about academic standards or content. And in our discussions, we realized even if you like resolutions as they are currently, there is really no reason to not think about how output can be more engaging, how it can be more inspiring to externals, how it can make our processes better. And yes, resolutions are somewhat inspired by European Parliament resolutions, but they are also not exactly the same. So with kind of presenting you some ideas that we had during our Output Lab, I also really want to encourage you to be creative with output yourselves, or feel free to rethink it. We really think, or we really want to advocate for the point that there is no reason why resolutions should be so set in stone and non-changeable. The two other outcomes that we focused on mainly is firstly GA. I think this is relatively understandable and part of many discussions, how we often talk about how can we make resolutions understandable, especially to delegates from outside the committee, how can we help them discuss them straight away. So we hope that we contributed a little to that. And the second thing we thought about is also how do we transmit what happens in committee work? Because we thought we have so many cool ways in EYP through our media output of transmitting what happens, of the emotions and the processes, the intercultural exchange, the cool individuals in EYP. We have great ways of communicating about that. but we have very few ways, we felt, of communicating about what happens in committee work and all of the conflicts and compromises, the process the committee goes through, the challenges they overcome, and we think it would be cool if that became a little more visible as well. So I just want to briefly talk a little bit about the content of what we thought about. You can maybe look at the output guide, which I believe you have. On page 7 of the output guide, there's a draft version for a new resolution template. This is not a set proposal. It is a proposal that will be targeted at, that will be trialed, sorry, at the upcoming international sessions, and that has been tried out already in the framework of a German Franco Youth Forum, and to some extent also at a Young Europe Ambassadors event that we had last year. And it worked relatively well there, but the idea now is to just have a little bit of a revised format that we can trial, that we can collect feedback on, and that we can then continue working on a little bit further. So by now, maybe most of you have this open. I'll very, very briefly tackle 4 changes that are in this new resolution template. The first change is that the resolution would now begin with an aim statement. So one thing we really noticed is that sometimes the general vision of the committee, their direction of travel, their bigger aim, what they want to achieve with the resolution wasn't in the resolution. We expected delegates to understand this because they heard it in the defense speech and then react to it straight away. But we thought it would be nicer if it were implicit, very clearly formulated, that would make it easier to engage and perhaps also cool for externals to see that straight away. We had long discussions about introductory clauses. What we now said is the aim statement should have a reasoning, right? The committee should have an opportunity to give some context to why this is important. They can invoke past developments or facts or values that they have. But this because section in the resolution template is then really shorter a little bit and really targeted at justifying the aim statement and not a collection of random facts, what is perhaps what ICs felt like a little bit before. Operative clauses are more or less the same. We said it's a little bit unfortunate sometimes that we have this also ancient rule where we don't know where it came from, that in a resolution, you're not allowed to give a reason for your solution. We actually thought it would be really nice for the committee to sometimes say, we are taking this measure or this policy in order to achieve this and that. And it might also just make it more understandable to outsiders why actually a committee is proposing a specific point. And I've already mentioned EYP output, of course, goes way beyond resolutions. And one thing that we thought in addition to this template would be very cool and would also help involve the media team a little bit more in the process of the committee, is to begin each debate in General Assembly with a short video that gives some context and explains the journey of the committee in arriving to that resolution. And we thought that would be cool to make more understandable what happened in the committee, where they're coming from, what is most important to them, but also to make that an occasion for celebrating how far the committee has come already by the time that they arrive in GA. You'll see in the output guide that we also proposed a slightly amended procedure for GA that matches this resolution template, and that also has been trialed particularly at the Franco-German Youth Forum. So I've already mentioned, this is really just the beginning of a conversation. It's a first proposal that we want to try out at the upcoming international sessions. But of course, we would be super happy if many of you in the network take the initiative and also try out this format, collect feedback on it, and then help us improve it. We'll definitely have further webinars on this, and in the next BNC meeting, we'll also talk about it again and see what feedback there is. Yeah, perfect. On the next slide, you'll see that we will also have a webinar on this resolution template. I've really now rushed through it because of time constraints, but in this webinar, we'll have the time to talk about it in more detail. We had lots and lots of discussions about how this could be implemented throughout the session. So from delegate prep to committee work, etc. So I think all of those things we can tackle at that webinar, and would be really excited if many of you join there as well. So that's it from my side. I hope this has given you a little bit of an idea, and happy to give some further context as we go along.
Thank you for the presentation. EYP UK has let us know that they have withdrawn their statement, so we'll be heading straight into the rounds of debate. So if you have any points about this, please raise your hand. Perfect. We will take UK as the first and then Sweden.
Hi there. Thank you for the recognition, and we very much welcome this discussion. And we just wanted to say that some of the developments we've had in the UK and also had similar thoughts. So this is more about not necessarily the content or the structure of output itself, but how this output is distributed. So apologies if this is not the direction that you wanted to take this debate in. But we wanted to hear from other NCs from how they actually distribute things like resolution booklets and TOs. So what we found is that they're given to session participants and maybe guests, but after that, they kind of just fade off into obscurity. So recently we've compiled these on our website, renaming them so they're a bit more easy to understand for external players. So we have topic overviews listed as research papers and resos listed as policy papers that schools and other external actors can use as resources for themselves rather than just the people who are at that event. So I guess the point is to understand how other people have been distributing the output that's already made. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. We'll now be taking point from Sweden, followed by Finland has a direct response. Finland, you're recognized.
Sorry. Yes, I wanted to directly respond to what the UK said about distributing the resolution booklets. So this has not been tried in EYP Finland yet, but there was last year there was an idea of launching these panel debates that would come after our sessions, where we would discuss. We would invite guests and we would explicitly discuss the content of the resolutions that were made in the sessions. So that would be that would have been a way for us to kind of not just let the resolutions go to waste and kind of spread them a little bit more than among the session participants. This has, like I said, this has not been tried out just because Corona gave us a lot more to do. But I think it's a nice idea, and I think we hope to be able to try it out in the future.
Thank you, Finland. We will now go to Sweden as promised.
Thank you very much. EYP Sweden both welcomes the initiative and applauds the effort and results reached thus far. There's definitely room for improvement of our current output. We agree that it is a good idea to also contextualize the topic and the committee work behind it through the resolution. And as a result, we do think we might prevent some unnecessary questions during GA to an extent, and by extension, improve the quality of the debates. However, we would like to raise a note of caution regarding use of less academic language. We believe it's important first and foremost to delegates' own further development and grasp of the English language, but it also signals a sense of professionalism to external parties. Of course, we're not advocating that we should do it in an incomprehensible way, and the guide quite rightly recognizes a need for balance of some sort as we understand it, but we nevertheless believe it was important to emphasize it. So all in all, well done, and we look forward to following its progression.
Thank you, Sweden. We will now go to Cyprus, and then we will go back to the proposing entity.
Thank you very much. We would also like to applaud the effort put in the alternative ways of output. We also think it's very, very useful and would help to make our output much more useful to the outside world. However, I would like to ask whether there's been any thought put behind how these format could be utilized in shorter sessions, especially seeing as now we have a lot of digital sessions that are much shorter or one-day sessions, small-scale events in general. And I think that with the format that we've just seen, it definitely takes much more time to build up to it and create it in a way that it's beneficial and actually, I think it would imply that much more time for committee work would be needed rather than, for example, one-day sessions or half a day for GA as some sessions are right now. So if you have any thoughts on that, that'd be great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyprus. So the questions in this round were about distribution of the booklets, use of academic language, and also about the format's usage in shorter sessions. So I will now give the floor back to the proposing entity.
Yeah, thanks so much for the points and the positive reactions. That's very cool to hear. I think the point by the UK and Finland on distributing the output is not at all off topic. We also talked about it quite a lot. And we talked about it in particular in connection with that aims statement, because we looked at some sessions that had innovated with EYP output by making an output flyer or summarizing the gist of resolutions in a more visually engaging way. And we thought the aims statements could make that a lot easier because they are briefer. So we thought those could be used for external distribution quite well. And we also had some ideas of, for example, then being able to look at the aim statements of resolutions on similar topics over time across the network to kind of show perhaps a range of viewpoints or a diversity of viewpoints on an issue, or be able to display, hey, we had so and so many resolutions this year on climate change, and this point appeared in all of them, etc. On the academic language point, we also had some discussions on this. My feeling, to be honest, is that it really depends on personal preference. So also in our output lab, there were some people who said they'd like to get rid of academic language altogether. Other points said exactly what you said, that it is also a learning experience. So I think it's fair to say there's just some flexibility on that. We thought about having more constructive or concrete points on language in resolutions. Figured it very difficult to resolve. So if there is any more perspectives or anyone else wants to do a little bit of work on that, that might be interesting as well. In terms of shorter sessions, I wouldn't say that this resolution format takes more time, actually, because I think, or one important thing that I think we discussed is that depending on the type of topic, one or another section might be more difficult to resolve. So if you have a really conflictual topic, for example, or strategic topic, that aim statement will be super important, but also very controversial to come up with. But once you have your aims decided on, it will be relatively easy to come up with points. Whereas if you have a more creative topic, that aim statement is perhaps not so controversial and more of a summary. This is also what Marie said, who was the president of the Franco-German Youth Forum, that for more creative topics, the aim statement is more of a summary maybe, or more of a general statement. So we felt that most of the things in that resolution booklet reflect what happens in the committee workroom anyway. But it would be interesting to see that tried out. And perhaps even for that point, actually, now that you mention it, it would be very cool, of course, to not only trial this proposal at international sessions, but also at other sessions formats to see that it really also works everywhere. Yeah.
I'd like to add just a few brief points regarding the statement of UK and Finland about distribution of the resolutions and generally of EYP output. I just here would like to welcome you to take an active part also in the upcoming Active Citizenship Lab, because in the frame of that event we'll be specifically looking into how to generally improve the way how we share our output. So there will be a platform for this year, at least that one, and more, because it's directly connected, of course, with our new EYP strategy and Active Citizenship pillar specifically. So there will be some work on this. Also, I would like to invite everyone, and especially the presidents of those of you who will be presidents, to join the webinar, because it not only be a webinar where Francie will explain how to deal with template, we all can do it, it's quite simple one, but it will be also a webinar where we can specifically talk about these issues in that frame. And generally, the idea now is to give you this template and try to work on this, and then collect feedback, which will be, of course, also relating to how to use this template in the frame of short events. And maybe you then will also have ideas how to improve it. And I would like to actively ask you to also share that feedback. So it's an invitation to join this trial phase, and it's nothing complete yet, it's just a start. And we will again meet for sure at the next BNC meeting in autumn to talk about how this trial phase went.
Thank you, Helena. We will now open the next round of debate. The points taken this round will be from Greece, followed by Austria, and then finally governing body.
Thank you so much, Linda. And thanks so much to everyone who worked on this. It's a truly great proposal, and also speaking both from my perspective and also on the behalf of our national committee. We thought it was quite interesting, and we really are eager to see how it will be implemented in the international session. I did want to echo the sentiment of EYP Cyprus, and also maybe build on that a bit about, because we did see that, we thought it would be also interesting to see how this could be implemented even in our national sessions perhaps, and how it could apply to smaller sessions. So something that we noticed is, and that we have been noticing, is that sometimes even in those resolutions, an issue is not as much that the general idea is not reflected by the resolution, but rather that sometimes it's hard to assemble one due to the small amount of time. And this is also reflected in, for example, the General Assembly procedure, because we do remember seeing this idea of sort of dividing up the GA procedure for a voting first on the policy aims and then on the policy proposals. So we were also wondering whether this whole sort of suggestion is amenable to some kind of adaptation to smaller scale sessions, or whether, which, let's say, aspects you consider most important for applying, whether this should be used as it is, or if it can be somehow adapted to fit the format of a smaller scale.
Thank you, Greece. We will now take point from Austria.
Thank you. I would also like to also say that I welcome the idea of this new kind of resolution format. To me, this is just an idea that I personally have, with the first pillar of the new strategy being active citizenship, and with that now being like a major thing. I was thinking that since the aims and the policy proposals are now split up anyways, that maybe it might be worth considering that this way maybe ways of active citizenship, of how let's say session participants or the committee itself might think, oh, this is a way of how I can fulfill these aims through active citizenship, and through specific steps that are not taken by, or would not be taken by EU bodies, for instance, that might be added as like a because and by, that might be a way of adding the personal aspect of how you can reach the aims as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. And as promised, we will now go to the governing body.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me because it's a bit noisy around me. Actually, my point really connects to what has just been said about the application of active citizenship and how that can be used. This new format is extremely practical and feasible, and it could allow for a less technical type of resolution, but also for it to be more accessible and straightforward. Just think about the fact that it would be easier to the delegates to understand, probably at their first experience. It would be easier also to communicate those ideas to potential sponsors, for example. So there's much applicability also in that sense. And also, once you have your aims, as Franci was mentioning, it will be easier to draw your conclusion also as a committee. So you would also, even in shorter sessions, potentially cut down resolution typing time. That's also something that could be considered. And it will make the work of chairpersons and the boards easier. And also something that was mentioned briefly is that if you wish to have this new output format also in a visual way, maybe through a flyer or a brochure.
I think we lost Vicky.
I think we lost her, yes. I think we can maybe go back to the proposing entities, and if she reconnects with us, okay, Netherlands, we'll take your direct response then.
Thank you, Linda. One of our NCs noted, while also trying to do external communication, he wanted to pass on, hey, what are the things that we discussed in the resolution, and then pass it on. And of course, it's mostly related to the OCs, right? The solutions that we come up with. However, in the current EYP output guide, we didn't see many changes to the OCs, in the sense that they are probably still going to be a long list of solutions that our alumni or our members came up with. So I think that there's still some improvement to be made there, or that's still possible, of course, because I think it's a very good first step. But if we want to make it easier to present our solutions to other external partners, then it could also be done by making a resolution that's easier to read without having a whole list of solutions in no specific order, in often lengthy phrases that are not that easy to understand.
Thank you, Netherlands. Chris, please put this comment into the Slack, but we will now go back to the proposing entity as Vicky has not rejoined us.
Cool. Yeah, I'll maybe start with the last points by the GB in the Netherlands on accessibility and communicating the output. Maybe as a first thing, something we discussed a lot was that there is maybe a potential conflict between making an output really great for external people and making it really great for internal purposes. So perhaps for GA, it is useful to have that longer list of OCs for people to have something to engage with, to have a discussion on a variety of points, etc. Whereas I totally agree that for external people, current resolutions are too long, and this might still be a little bit too long. So I think what the format would do for external purposes more is maybe make it easier to copy and paste things from resolutions into a new format to make it, and then communicate that kind of in-between product. We had some thoughts and some discussions about how to do that, for example, for IIS resolutions, that there could be a publication at the end of every year, or even in the form of the annual report, that based on the aim statements, there is a little summary of these are the ideas of young people in Europe on policy issues, for example. But I think there's definitely still loads and loads of things that could be done. And what's maybe also important to mention is that in our discussions, probably like in this group, there were people who were more fond of keeping resolutions closer to how we have them now, and people who were more willing to make more radical changes. So I think if in the future we move even further away from the classical resolutions, that would also be totally fine. I mean, something that we discussed as well is that, of course, we could also move away from a written output entirely, right? And maybe just have something more visual in the form of infographics or videos or something like that. So there too, I think it would be really cool, not just to experiment with this format, but also for people to take it a little bit further as well. It's nice that there's this interest in how to adapt it for shorter sessions. It was mentioned in the chat already that the guide also has some sections on applying the resolution format, for example, in the run of committee work. I think that it's totally adaptable, this entire format, to shorter sessions, where then perhaps sections would just be a little bit shorter. But I would propose that we prepare a more extensive bit on this for the webinar, if there's a lot of interest in this. And that would maybe also allow us to share some ideas. If any of you have any ideas, those are also very welcome. And I think the proposal made by Austria, I think it was, on including personal actions is a super cool idea. So I definitely think that would be doable. Either as an in order to clause, or even to say there are some operative clauses that relate to policy and some that relate to our personal actions. I think both is possible. So that's it from my side. If Helena has anything to add.
Yes, I have also like maybe a sentence to add to this. When we started with the process, we looked at best practice examples that we had in the network already. Most of them came out of partnerships that we had and our commitments to partnerships. For example, a brochure that from the Power Shifts forums from the past, but we also looked, for example, at the resolution of the International Forum in Uppsala in Finland that already went a bit even more far than what we have now with having projects debated next to the topic. So what I mean to say with this, at least for national and regional sessions, we are not limited with any big policies in the EYP network, and we are living with the precedent. So that's why you as future presidents or some presidents who will be then presiding your national sessions, you could really go beyond what we suggest. And for example, like what EYP Austria suggested and did, and definitely have, this is an invitation for you to have a proactive approach. So let us know as international office that you implemented something extremely creative at the session you presided, a new resolution type. Now you know that we are working on EYP outputs. And then, of course, with the help of this precedent, it will be easier for us then to share and communicate and promote this in the frame of different webinars and trainings will be organized in the network. So we invite you to think creative out of the box, especially on those decentralized events, so to say, and even change and suggest your own template for a resolution because it worked well for a session type you presided.
Yes, thank you, Helena. If there are no more points from any of the national committees or any other entities, I just suggest we just end the debate 5 minutes early and go for a earlier lunch. Bearing this in mind, I ask everyone to please check that the NC voter in the list that we sent out on, I believe on Friday. Oh, 1 second. Okay, Anya, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Linda. I would just like thank you also, Francie, for presenting, and Helena, just to see how you guys like the proposal. Maybe you could react with a reaction if you're in C or you personally are interested in trying it out throughout the year. So I would react. Great. Wow. Good to see so much interest. And I would just use it as a reminder of a webinar that Francie will host in 1 week. So next week, Francie, it's 19th of April, right? So please join, and then it will be also room for us to discuss all of this in detail and to maybe come up with even new ideas and options. Enjoy your lunch, Linda. I guess that's it for the announcement, right? Yes. People can.
Quick question for Francie as well. There was a question on Slack, I think, from EYP Sweden, but whether there will be a registration form for the webinar and how people can
Maybe
join?
I can respond to it. So on Monday, so right after the BNC meeting, you will receive on the BNC list again the link and encouragement to try out this format that you can then forward to all the presidents that you know of who are presiding sessions in UNCs. And also there will be then an invitation to the webinar with classical link to register, short one, of course. Yeah, so that's why feel free then to register and use that in that email, and it will be then also promoted on all social media channels as well.
Yes, thank you. So as before we had the informal vote, we are going on an early lunch. During the lunch, please do check if your NC voter is up to date, because we will be sending out the voting instructions in the quite shortly after the meeting. So yeah, go enjoy your lunch, but please also check the NC voters list just in case. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back to the BNC meeting. We are now after lunch, after the second day, final stretch and final couple of debates. Hope you guys had a wonderful lunch. I did. I had pizza. It was lovely. I went for a walk, which was very nice because the weather is nice. And so it's nice to step away from the screen. Highly recommend you do that as well in upcoming breaks, and hope you had some time away from the screen in this break as well. As people are still coming in, but however, we already have 49 participants. So I think that's enough to do a very quick roll call after lunch. So to those of us joining us now, I'm just going to call out every NC. When I call out your NC, if you are here, say yes. If you are not, well, you're not. So don't say anything because that'd be kind of weird. And with that in mind, let's start things off by calling Albania.
Present.
Armenia. Austria.
Present.
Azerbaijan. Belarus. Belgium.
Present.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Present.
Croatia.
Present.
Cyprus.
Present.
Czech Republic. Denmark.
Present.
Estonia.
Present.
Finland.
Present.
France. France. North Macedonia. Georgia.
Present.
Germany.
Present.
Greece.
Present.
Iceland. Ireland.
Present.
Italy.
Present.
Kosovo. Latvia.
Present.
Lithuania.
Present.
Luxembourg.
Present.
Netherlands.
Present.
Cute. Norway.
Present.
Poland.
Present.
Portugal.
Present.
Romania.
Present.
Russia. Not present by proxy. Fair. Serbia.
Present.
Slovakia. Slovenia. Spain.
Present.
Sweden.
Present.
Switzerland.
Present.
Turkey.
Present.
Ukraine.
Present.
And finally, United Kingdom.
Present.
Nice. If my geography teacher could see me now, she would be so proud. Okay, and with that out of the way, who's ready to talk about finance structures? Woohoo! It is time for the 12th debate of the BNC meeting, which is regarding the finance structure. Stefan, can I get an update on the slides, please? Amazing. And I'll pass it on to the IO and the GB for the statement of debate.
Well, dear national committees, self-reflection is only possible when we're at a standstill. Self-improvement is only possible when we're planning ahead. As you know, 2020 has been a challenging year for almost all of the, as all the events we had came to a grinding halt. And we were scrambling so much to keep the EYP afloat. No one understands that better than you, National Committee representatives. But coming into 2021 and the light at the end of the tunnel, we're at a good place to analyze and determine how we can best recover as a whole network, and how to build this network together with you to be more financially stable and secure. I want you to take these few next seconds to really reflect upon your journey as NC representatives and really think about which events gave you the most place to grow, more knowledge to be shared. And I think we can all agree that most of it was either the BNCs or meetings with other NCs, presidents' meetings, and fundraising summits. As it stands now, these events are not secured through independent funding. They're secured through ISVs. And we believe that that's an unequal system that is flawed because it benefits from the inequalities that we have in Europe as they serve to benefit the whole network. What we would like to bring to this debate is a mentality shift and setting together with you our priorities for the development of the EYP for the next 20 years. Do we, as an organization, want to be an event-based organization? Are we a community? And how do we best support that community? What we're asking of you today is not to vote or to decide, but to really talk with us and determine the best way forward for our whole network, and most notably, how to finance and ensure stable income for the functioning of our international governance, as well as how to best support NCs which are in need. Dear NCs, when problems came to be in your NCs, who did you turn to? Who were you able to talk to? Who was there to support you? I think most of these questions could be unanswered because as it stands now, we're not really a network that supports NCs on a whole level. We support sometimes through different events, but now we need a more stable and more sustainable way forward to build the organization together and to really join arms to determine the best way forward. So, what came to light from previous discussions at the BNCs was that a way forward would be through financing the network with NC contributions. And this is what we would like to discuss with you today to determine whether that's a good way forward and introduce membership fees as a concept to be able to finance a small part of the EYP's functioning, most notably international governance and NC support funds. So what we would like to do with this debate today is to focus on three different aspects of the financial contributions that NCs would become to make. We really want to focus on the concept of membership fees for NCs, whether that's something that you think should be kept or whether you see a better solution for our NCs to be financed. Secondly, we would like to determine together with you what are some of the criteria that should be kept in mind when we determine the NC membership fees. And lastly, we want to talk to you about the implementation phase. And just as a note, this is not something that's going to happen overnight. This is an ongoing discussion that we'll be having for many years and we'll be having for the years to come. But now is a good place to start discussing this and really determine together with NCs and together with all of the members of the network, what is the best way forward for our organization as a whole. So now we'll open the debate, of course. And in the first section, we would like to talk about membership fees as a concept. Secondly, we would like to determine the criteria. And thirdly, the implementation phase. Go ahead.
Amazing. Nicola, thank you so much for that very nice statement. I will keep in mind the request to structure the debate under those three pillars to make sure things are as fruitful as they can be. We have received two statements and prior to the meeting, but two more national committees approached us today wanting to make a statement, which means we have a total of 4 statements for this debate. With that in mind, I would ask the 4 people who have statements to try not to be too lengthy with this, because, well, again, there will be 4 of them. And we'll start things off with EYP UK. EYP UK, do you still have a statement?
I think this was meant to be Peter, but I'm not sure if it's here. So could we maybe move it to the end in case he joins in?
Yeah, no problem. We do have 4, so I think it should be fine. Maybe message Peter and ask him to come to his statement. Thank you, Mark. And well, with that in mind, EYP Germany, are you ready to deliver a statement?
Yes, we are.
Awesome. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, hello everyone. Following a conversation with Anya we had a couple of weeks ago, we decided to submit a statement on this topic of debate. In short, we do not generally reject the proposed concept of an NC membership fee. Instead, we believe we have to focus on the legal and financial framework that should be in place around it. To begin, I think it's worth mentioning the numbers behind the IO. The annual budget amounts to roughly 500K. And so the current system of the participation fees of the international session accounts to roughly 20% of the total budget. Contrary to common belief, the remaining 80% are not funded by the foundation capital, but mainly other external sources, for instance, the German Foreign Ministry, or for instance, the French-German Youth Organization. And one should keep in mind that the participation fees have the advantage that they can be used wherever they want, so not restricted to a specific purpose, namely a session, and thus different from the remaining 80%, they can be used flexibly, which is a huge advantage to the AO and perhaps also the Schwarzkopf Foundation as a whole. Based upon this assessment, we can very well imagine changing the system and instead install an NC membership fee. In consequence, however, EYP Germany would demand that the NCs continue to contribute 20% of the budget. Then we also should have an according say in the decisions of the IO, which would be a change to the current system where all decisions are solely made by the Schwarzkopf Foundation. For this purpose, we suggest that the GB, as the representation of the network, should therefore not only have a soft right of an opinion, but an actual legal say. Even beyond, we suggest to increase the NC membership fee to an extent that they amount to the 20% of the budget themselves. In consequence, all participation fees of international sessions would solely flow into the host NCs. This approach would make it significantly more financially attractive for an NC to host NIS. At this point, a comparison might be helpful. Think about a private company held by shares. If we together hold 20% of the shares, we should also have 20% of the say. Certainly, we can restructure the way we fund our shares, which is the current question. But only it makes sense to debate this issue if our contribution is reflected in the decision-making process. To conclude, EYP Germany supports the proposed NC membership fee subject to one condition. We want an equal share of the say for the NCs according to the percentage we contribute to the budget. Before this conceptual question is solved, we see little reason to debate the criteria of said fee. Thanks.
Amazing, Germany. Thank you so much for a very nice suggestion for adapting the structure and also for timing your speech perfectly. Because as a reminder, we haven't really been timing these because we haven't really been needing to, but ideally they should be kept under 3 minutes. Since there's 4 of them, if I see someone is going for too long, I will have to cut you off. Hopefully we won't have to, just throwing that out there. As I'm unsure if UK is back yet, I'm going to take the next statement from Belgium. Belgium, you recognize.
Thank you very much, David. So first of all, we want to thank the International Office and the governing body for their effort in reviewing the financing structure of our organization. However, EYP Belgium wants to highlight the fact that this topic of debate was highly scrutinized at the previous BNC, and seeing that this topic of debate and its intended outcome hasn't been adapted to the concerns that some national committees addressed at the previous BNC is very unfortunate. We have the feeling that this proposal is going to be addressed every single BNC by the International Office until we, the national committees, concede to this idea. EYP Belgium can therefore not support the direction that this topic of debate is going in. We have a strong belief that what is on the table as of now is very damaging to the working of our network and all of the people who are involved in making our organization as great as it is. Firstly, we fundamentally agree with the fact that national committees should pay a membership fee. National committees already have a hard time finding finances for their own events and operations. It also puts some national committees in jeopardy as they would have to pay a fee to the International Office instead of investing that money in their own growth as a national committee or saving it to build a financial buffer for the upcoming years. Secondly, the criteria that have proposed are subjective in nature, as for example, the economic situation of a certain country doesn't necessarily correlate with the financial situation of a given national committee. Other criteria such as age of the national committee, the amount of events organized annually, and the total amount of participants and members are even more subjective and arbitrary, as the weight of these factors doesn't necessarily correlate with the impact it has on the financial situation of a certain national committee. Thirdly, we believe that the International Office can find ways to fund themselves as they have done so in the past. Putting another burden on national committees by obligating them to find finances for their membership fee while also fundraising for their own events and operations is unacceptable. Fourthly, if this would ever pass the BNC, which we hope it doesn't, then we would expect more support from the international office. If I may ask for what you need this money for in the first place, how can EYP Belgium benefit from providing the international office with approximately 4,000 euros, which was calculated last BNC annually, instead of funding an office for which we're looking for a very long time, or funding our regional sessions in totality? Finally, I would like to make a case for other national committees who may not be as financially healthy as ours. How are they supposed to pay this membership fee when they aren't even able to fund their own events and operations? Last time, discussion was answered by saying that national committees could find other ways of incomes, such as partnerships that they could have with companies or institutions. We are the volunteers here. The people at the international office are working on a contract. I think this burden then needs to be where the money, where the people are working for EYP every single day. I don't want to discredit the work that everyone at the international office has been doing for the past years. It is in fact very much appreciated. But EYP Belgium cannot support this topic of debate in its current form or direction. I hope there is support from other national committees for our case, and I'm looking forward to the constructive debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Belgium. And apparently EYP UK has withdrawn their statement. So we'll take the final statement for this debate from EYP France. EYP France, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you, David. So we first want to thank the IO and the GB for the proposition, and to reopen the debate on that topic. We note with pleasure that numerous comments from the last BNC meeting were included. Yet in the proposal, we felt that the burden of the reduction of the internal session fees was shifted towards the national committees. So we fully understand that it is important to reduce the dependence of our funding from the international session, but we wonder if the effort of that reduction shouldn't be shared between the ANSYS and the international office. So by diversifying the sources, the sources of financing the reduction of the international fees, we split the cost between the international office that can launch new partnership, for instance, and between the and with the national committees that have to participate to the effort in a fair proportion. And if NC fees are too high, NCs can transfer these fees to member through member fees, and it may not solve the problem after all, and it just shift the problem to another level. So to be consistent enough, that the criteria for NC fees allocation have to reflect, according to us, the financing wealth of the ANSYS. And as suggested in the proposition, the country's GDP or the age of the structure may not constitute like such good indicators. In fact, they do not reflect the development level of the national committee, or neither its capacity to afford national committee fees. However, we could think that the national the NC fees could not surpass a certain proportion of the national committee budgets or previous budgets, and we can imagine that it could be a kind of threshold from which the NCs would start to increase their member fees, So. Finally, we are pleased to discuss with you the best ways to implement national fees, and it seems normal that NCs participate in reducing the dependence to international session fees. However, we think that the participation, the efforts, has to be well justified, but also should be shared between the international office and the national committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, France. Okay, that concludes the three statements. A lot of things were said, obviously, so I'm personally very curious to see hear the answers from the GB and the IO. I'm guessing these answers will be somewhat lengthy as well in order to address all of these points. However, I would ask you guys to try to be as concise as possible so we have as much time for the debate and for hearing other opinions as much as we can. On that note as well, all NC representatives, since a lot of the points made in the statements will likely share the point of view of other NCs that might come up during the debate, I would ask special attention to the response by the GB and the IO to make sure that the debate then doesn't get repetitive and we can make it as efficient and as fruitful as possible. So with that said, GB, I would pass the word on to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you all for these statements. So what I would reiterate is that we're currently now looking for 30,000 for financing from the network, which is a significantly lower amount from what the EYP as a whole has, which is 500,000 euros per year. And those 30,000 only serve to finance international governance and NC support. So none of it will be channeled to the IO. It will be channeled directly to the NCs through both international governance, but also NC support funds. And hence all of this money that we invest as a network will be channeled back directly to the network. None of it is being kept away for the IO, and none of it will be used for other projects. Secondly, I would like to say that as it stands now, NCs have 100% control over what the money is spent on, most notably through electing the GB, which is elected by both NCs and members, and the GB is the one that approves the budget. As it stands now, the 30,000 can only cover so much, so they cover mostly international governance and NC support fund that we hope we can increase. And when issues come about, for example, for fundraising or for member retention for individual NCs, this is how we can best support them. By providing common funds and investing them directly at solving the problem, we as a network can support struggling NCs in fixing the issues or structural problems that they might have. So by joining together in solidarity in this budget that we have together, we can help individual NCs really get over the burdens that some of them might have when it comes to organizing. So I will let Anya also answer the second part of the statement.
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you everyone for your contributions. And to go through some remaining points to EYP Germany about the share 20% and that it should stay the same. Thanks for calculating, but just for clarification, it was never 20% because in the best year, we always have more than 500,000 of the budget. So it would be 10 to 15%. That's a clarification on that level. To EYP Belgium, I would strongly disagree that the last debate was not reflected in this proposal. And also thank you, EYP France, for acknowledging this, because this proposal really is fully channeled for all the contributions we've heard. And namely, we did decrease the level of NC contributions. In the last proposal, you might remember it was 90,000, now it's 30,000. So your voices were heard and included. And of course, now we also did focus on the membership fees and try to avoid focusing on the IS fees also because it was a request. And that's what we also invite all of you to do, to just conceptually think on what the best financial structure for a large network could look like. I don't find it damaging to introduce such a process because, of course, we are there to provide you with resources and infrastructure. And of course, for that, we also need some stability. And last 2 years didn't show us the stability. However, we did channel the largest amounts of money in the last 2 years towards the NCs. So if you went through our update booklets and financial booklets last year, we channeled 50,000 back to the NCs. I would also want to highlight that one BNC meeting costs at least around 15,000 a year to organize, which means that if we were to receive 30,000 from the NCs, it would only cover the cost of 2 BNC meetings, because we also strive to reimburse all of you, to include everyone who would not be able to participate because of the finances. So that just to give you some examples of how the money can be spent and is already spent, and also that for this kind of cost, it's nearly impossible to fundraise. And I would just really want to emphasize, we don't fundraise for us, for the IO. The IO is there to serve all of you. We do it for organizing the capacity building events, for helping you with putting the member platform together, for updating materials, booklets, bringing you together here at this forum. And actually quite proud that we managed to increase our resources and capacities to provide you hopefully with more help and achieve more together. So it's definitely not for us, but hopefully you will all benefit from it. And I really would also want us to think about it from this perspective. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next debate.
All right, thank you so much, Anya and Nicola. I think you did tackle the points that were brought up during the statements, or the vast majority of them anyway. Obviously, if any of the NCs that made a statement feels like their points haven't been addressed as much as they wanted to, you are free to also speak now in the open debates. And as suggested by the GB, we will structure the debate under 3 pillars. The first one being about membership fees as a general concept. Since this was already discussed at length in the last BNC meeting, I would like to focus and highlight what Anya has brought up now in her response to the statement, which is that the membership fees that are being discussed now are lower than previously suggested in the last BNC meeting. So to try to avoid repeating all of the same points that were done before, but I'm sure you guys have a lot to say anyway. So with that said, let's take the first point from EYP Spain. You are recognized.
Thank you, David. So my point is a bit related to what Jeff was saying. So I don't understand really the whole point of membership fees as a whole, because we talk about community and how can we support the community as an organization, but the truth is that organizations, as we stand, should be sponsored by sponsorships and funds. But in our case, we're trying to transition into a model where we are sponsored, well, not sponsored, but funded by profit of NCs. Because in the end, what you want the NCs to give back to the IO is their profit, because we obviously also have our own internal expenses. And those need to be covered obviously first before we can redirect money to the IO for financing activities such as the BNC. Therefore, I again side with Jeff on this one. I don't think every NC has the capacity to have that sort of profit to give back. And also, I don't see the point of it if an NC, there is a case that they cannot pay that NC membership fee, they will need to receive funds, or if they pay it, they will still need funds back from the IO to internally continue functioning. So what is the point of them giving that money? They will still need to request some money back to continue functioning like internally, if that makes sense. If you could clarify that, that would be amazing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We'll take the second point from EYP France.
Yeah, thank you. And building on what Spain said, definitely building this structure around the NC fees is not a sustainable way of working, because the NC have such a variable way of budget on one year from another, and definitely mostly agreeing of what EYP Spain said and what we mentioned in the statement. We felt like the burden is shifted from the ISVs towards the national committees, and we don't really see what improvement can be made. In EYP France, the body meetings are financed through other funds, and the regional committees don't participate in this effort because we can't ask them to. It should be like exactly the same thing, shift the problem towards the scale under the main one, if I can say.
All right, thank you so much, Franz. And let's maybe head to the, no, okay, we can take one more point from EYP Austria before heading back to the proposing entity. EYP Austria, recognized.
Thanks a lot for the point. As this proposal now changed quite a bit from the last BNC, and now keeping in mind what Anya said, that okay, it was lowered to 30,000 or 35,000 K, which will get channeled back to the NCs. How is this then supporting the financing of, or the long-term stability of the IO, if it's just 35K, like 3 to 7% of the budget, which is then also given back to the NCs? Then there is nothing which changes the finance at all, or it's just a very small fraction which changed at all?
All right, thank you so much. Austria, I think all of these 3 points are kind of along the same lines. So it would be great to hear back from the GB and the IO on how the money that is coming out of the NCs and then going back into it, how much of a difference does that actually make, and why is this system better than the current one? So if you're ready to address this, GB and IO, I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you. So to answer to what the whole concept, why membership fees and what's the point, I would actually ask this question back, especially to EYP France and Spain, who also have membership fees. And why do you have membership fees on your national level? If it's not needed, so why do at least 35 NCs have the membership fees? Just because for all of you, it's a very small fraction of your budget, but that's a fraction of the budget which makes your lives easier. So it will be also for us. And of course, it's exactly this unrestricted funding that we all strive to have, even though if it's a small percent. The concept is exactly the same and comparable to the national level. I think also as a network and brand, yes, we are a community of, and this I think is an argument we should appeal to, but if you think of any network, any franchise which exists like we do, it's always structured in a way that there is some membership fees channeled purely for operational branding costs, transaction costs, all of this, so that there is some sort of structure there that can go back. I also want to reassure you that fundraising is our strongest priority. We also do aim to fundraise so that we could involve NCs as much as possible. We did change our approach last year. And of course, it also was introduced already with the German Foreign Office funding, where we had been channeling money extensively to the NCs, especially there where we see the funds, and that's really our highest priority to continue doing so. So this would only be a small fraction to help us plan a little bit more ahead and long term. And yeah, so that's, and I think I will pass it on to you. And I think to Austria, sort of where is kind of that you are a bit confused, how does it help? I think it would help in a way that, of course, it will allow us more flexibility and liquidity. And of course, there's still to be introduced how exactly we would do the deal with the IS participation fees. It's likely that some split calculation will also happen, but it still makes sure that we have something to channel back. At the moment, this is just not existent. And in terms of putting a burden, at the moment, of course, anything we would put, it would be a burden because the membership fees don't exist, but because all of you ask your participants to pay for the fee that you receive in return. So in the end, it's happening. It just is structured in a very flawed way that we ask 18-year-olds to pay for the services. And of course, it's not a burden for you because it's your members who pay for it, but it's just not correct as a structure. And Nicola, I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I just want to reiterate that this is really for the funding of the network as we exist. So it doesn't get channeled into the IO. It really is diverted back to the governance of international bodies. So that's why, to reiterate EYP's Austria fact, if we have more stable international governance, we can also do more with the network. We can plan more ahead, and we can really develop the network from an events-based organization to a community, and to really bring a strong organization within the European continent.
All right, thank you so much to both the IO and the GB for the comparison, for answering to these points and making the comparison between the membership fees that NCs have nationally and how this one would kind of be like a membership fee internationally. With that in mind, I would still stay on this pillar because I see a lot of hands up, which is lovely. I really appreciate that everyone's so energized and trying to participate. More than half of my screen right now is hands up, and so that's very interesting to see. One small reminder, however, even though everyone's as energized, sometimes when we're too focused on something, we forget to drink water. So everyone with their hands up, I haven't seen you. You're like representing half of my screen, and I haven't seen you drink water in a while. So go ahead and take care of that. And with that out of the way and everybody happy and hydrated, I would then give a point to EYP Poland. You are recognized.
Thank you so much. That's great. I just wanted to really stress how strongly I disagree with the comparison between these the system of membership fees for the NC and the system that we have, like, for example, in place in EYP Poland, we don't use the money from the membership fees, so we can channel them back and pay money to our members. We use them to, for example, pay for the office that we have, or for the any sort of legal funds, and all the sort of things that are necessary for our basic survival. And I would also like to add that I would love if we didn't have to have this participation fees, and I would much prefer if EYP Poland could get rid of that and we could have some support from the government, for example. But if this proposal would pass and we will also have to contribute to the IO, then we will have to raise the membership fees that our members pay. I don't see how that can be, like, I just think that this comparison is so misconstrued. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Poland. We have a direct response from EYP Spain. EYP Spain, is this still relevant?
Yes, it is related to the last point made by Poland.
Go for it, then, you're recognized.
Thank you. It was just to build up on that and say that we completely agree with Poland. We do not see how that comparison applies. Also, for some reason, like you're saying that, okay, you're making your members pay the same way that the NCs would pay, but the way you structured the new proposal, we would still be getting the money to pay for the membership fee of the NC from the members of the NC. So it would still be the same system and the members would still be paying, but this time the money would be going from us to the IO to pay for our NC's membership fee. Therefore, again, I don't understand how is that meant to work and how is that different from what we're doing now? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Spain. And I will take a point from EYP Greece now. Greece, are recognized. Oh, no, actually, sorry.
Yeah, there's a direct response. Yeah, I can take after.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Greece. Then in that case, I'll give the direct response to the IO.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Spain. And I think maybe it's not very, maybe it's a little bit confusing, but of course, I would just think that we shouldn't be caught up on the details. How do you pay, how the money is channeled back, but the concept as such is the same. That you, of course, and Michalina, I agree with you. I also wish we didn't have to ask for the fees. That would be the absolute ideal scenario. Also, I wish that nobody had ever charged participation fees at the events, including the international sessions, and that we would always be able to reimburse everyone for the travel costs. That would be an absolute ideal scenario. I completely agree with you, and that's what we strive for, and would also strive for fundraise for you to be able to even reimburse you if it's included in the funds. But the comparison is valid because, of course, as you said, you need the funds to survive, even if it's a marginal sum, and that's the same. It's the operational costs that we also endure, and that's why the comparison is in place.
Okay, thank you, Anya, for clarifying that analogy. Yeah, okay, I think we can take a direct response from Poland, since this point was directly addressed to you.
Really briefly, but I don't want to dwell too much on that, but didn't you say that the money will only contribute towards the NCs and to the BNC meetings and also the NC support fund? So this is not the same as us paying for the website and for our accountant, for example. The IO is not going to finance itself from the money. Is that, because now I'm confused slightly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Poland. I think we can take the direct response from GB just to clarify this issue, and then hopefully we can move on to another point. So GB?
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, it's to finance the website. In your case, for us, is to really give back to the network. And as it stands now, we cannot fundraise for the BNC as an individual event. All of the project fundraising from a donor is supposed to go in line with what the donor requests. We don't want that for international governance. We want international governance to remain independent and within EYP lines. And as you provide services to your members by existing in a country or having the website, we also want to do the same with the network. And for future, this is not really an interrogation or a request. We really want to build this with you. So if you have any ideas or anything to add, or if you think that the system should be done differently, please say it. That's what we're here for, and that's what we really want to hear.
EYP Poland seems clarified with this answer. So thank you so much, GBIO in Poland, for this three-way clarification. Let's say we have a direct response from Belgium, which we will take. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep it very brief. What the GB now said that that you guys want to work together with IO, I suppose, to a system where the EYP financing structure is like reviewed and adapted. Like I think it's very clear from previous BNC meeting and this BNC meeting again that a lot of NCs are like fundamentally against this system. So then rather instead of like still focusing on this system and building it together, why not talk about like do consultation rounds with other NCs to see if there's an other way to find more funds, such as long-term partnerships, for example. Like keep bringing this subject up every single time at the BNC, which is what I'm thinking that will happen, is I think not the way to go. And it's clearly shown that a lot of NCs are fundamentally against the system.
Okay, Ayo, I see you have a direct response. Maybe it's simpler if we take one final point for this pillar, and then you just address both these points in the pillar, and we can move on to the second. Yeah, cool. Thank you. In that case, the last point. Greece, I had recognized you before you lowered your hand. Was it because you were recognized, or is your point no longer relevant?
Oh, no, apologies. If I can be recognized, that would be perfect.
Okay, then yeah, I'll give the last point to Greece.
Great, thank you so much, Dave, and thanks everyone for this great discussion. Really like the last point also by Jeff. But also, as a more general comment, we caught on at the beginning this whole idea that the membership fees in many occasions, like for some NCs, are presumably only a portion of the operational fees. And I would just like to point out that it's not always the case, and this is definitely not the case for us. They are extremely important to our functioning. And for our budget, and already having issues with collecting certain fees, we are not sure whether it will be possible to collect even higher fees, and we think that this would be an issue from a membership base. So something that as a more general comment, what we're noticing is that this proposal does not come necessarily with and thank you, Poland, for the support. Something that we're noticing is that this proposal does not necessarily come with suggestions as to how the NCs could fundraise this money. For example, external partnerships, as EYP Belgium said, would be an excellent idea. But if we were to shift towards that, we don't see why it would be necessary to use the NCs as intermediaries, because, well, we're all working towards supporting the IO and supporting the GB. So in that case, would it make more sense for the IO as an organization and representing the EYP network to look for those external partnerships as opposed to leaving each NC on its own to figure out how it will find them and how it will collect the money that it needs to.
All right, thank you so much, Greece. I see some support for this point in the Zoom chat as well. So to wrap up the first pillar, I would then pass the word to the IO and the GB. I'm sorry to the people that had points on this pillar and that weren't able to do them. We will still kind of stay on the topic of criteria when we talk about on the topic of membership fees when we talk about the criteria for the fees. So hopefully your point can still come across in the debate when we're talking about that. With that said, I'll throw it back to Anya and the GB for wrapping up this pillar.
Thank you very much. So a few points. First of all, about that this topic is continuously on the debate. I would argue it's such an important topic. It's also important to have it continuously. It's only the second time that we're actually discussing it so extensively, and it's the first time that we put together some more specific guidance, also taking your input into account. I see this forum exactly for this kind of discussions. It's also not a policy. It's not a proposal to vote. And of course, if there is a lot of resistance, maybe it will never become a policy for debate. But I think it's very important for us collectively to rethink if the structures we have in place, which were never revisited in the last 20 years, if they're correct structures. Also, by trying to address the criticism of the IS participation fees structure. So to just get it straight, we are not happy with the membership fees, we are not happy with IS participation fees. What are we happy with? Like, does anyone have a good idea or scenario for it? I would be very curious to hear if someone has this magic solution for us and would be very keen on implementing it. But that just to clarify this. And then, of course, we will not leave NCs on its own. It's not at all our priority, and not like even what we want. We actually want to help you. That's why we would want to have it a smooth transition. We would like to hear what the criteria should be. On the long run, probably we will try to decrease the fees so that it's also more manageable. In terms of partnerships, that's exactly what we are doing. We are really happy that this year probably more partnerships we'll see. And last year we already had the partnership with the French-German Youth Office, which, for example, involves 2 NCs, and they would benefit from it, hopefully. Still to be confirmed, will happen the same this year. We do have a fundraising summit, which is organized by EYP Georgia. Thank you very much. And that exactly is meant for you to join and to learn how to fundraise. We will play a very active role at this event to also help you structure your proposals. We are available also to help you with fundraising and applications. Some of the NCs are in touch with us, so we are trying to help you out. So I think that's really our strong intention, to make it as easy as possible for you. I hope I addressed actually most of these big points, and I really know that it's not a very popular proposal. I actually really also think it's not, like, for me who just joined as a new executive director, of course it's not also maybe a very smart move to come and say, hey, let's just get the membership fees. But if you look at our network, and it just needs a change, because now we charge 18-year-olds to pay for the services that you benefit from. The NCs don't chip in at all. Maybe they should not, but we are not yet at the situation when we could just say, hey, let's just fundraise for it. Once we get these funds, maybe at some point we'll get institutional funds, which will not require this. Of course, we will cancel it. But I just want to hear also some constructive suggestions and solutions on how these 2 parallel systems, which are not ideal, can be resolved so that we all benefit from it.
Thank you so much, Anya. That does wrap up the first pillar regarding the concept of membership fees as a whole. I've seen some comments active on Slack, which I appreciate. Feel free to contribute to the discussion there if you have anything regarding membership fees as a concept. However, if I can suggest that maybe you do this after this round of debate, so that we also make sure that we pay attention and are respectful to the people who have points for now, and that we discuss also a very important part of this new suggestion in the structure, which is that if we do go for membership fees, how can they be divided, and what will be the criteria for which national committees pay what? Before we start with the second pillar, one more reminder to drink water. And while you guys drink water and sit up straight, I will take a point from EYP Ireland. You are recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say, just in the context of this next round of debate, I think regardless if people think the fee should or should not go ahead, I think should focus on actually thinking of criteria that should be used if they end up going ahead. And the general defeatist statute that's kind of been proposed at numerous points of debate kind of doesn't serve any purpose to actually further the problems that we have in terms of like the 8 IS delegates that went to Valencia paying for my international officer going to the BNC. So I think if you don't want membership fees, we can get rid of the BNC physically and all those other things, and you can just not benefit from the benefits that the NC the IO want to offer if you don't see them valuable. But then in terms of actual criteria that we could use, EYP Ireland discussed it, and we thought of just some more kind of general things like the age of an NC isn't a very valid criteria to base potential fees off, because obviously situations fluctuate, like we've been very up and down in the last few years. Budgets in and of themselves may not be very useful because obviously they can be changed, but obviously maybe you could look at a general, like how stable a budget of an NC is or its fluctuations, and they can be taken into account. General economic indicators of countries aren't very good examples of how NCs are run. For example, Ireland might have a high GDP, but our NC might not be by far the most profitable NC in the network. Potential incentives for outreach and stuff like that could be used. So, you know, if there was more outreach done in a particular NC, they might get more of a mitigation of how much they have to pay to the NC, the IO each year. And then if there is any attempt to pay membership fees, we really think it should tackle the issue of IS delegates paying for the select few NC representatives benefiting from IO support. So I think that should be the primary goal in the finance structure if it is revised.
All right, thank you so much, Ireland. To really highlight something that Ireland said, which I really appreciated, is yes, we already had a big debate on the concept of membership fees as a whole. We understand that's controversial on its own, but right now what we would like to focus on is, assuming they go forward, what would be a good ideas for criteria to be used here. With that said, I also want to thank Ireland for all the suggestions that they mentioned regarding criteria and how they could and could not be used. And I will take a point from EYP Armenia.
Hi, hello everyone. Just to reiterate the point that was raised during the previous BNC by EYP Armenia again, our NC basically pays the IS participation fees for our participants. It's kind of a reward for the best delegates that we select. So we don't rely on the delegates to pay for the unrestricted budget that the IO gets. So in that regard, if I remember correctly, Anya again told during the last BNC that there would be a specific criteria for the NCs that pay the participation fees themselves. So in that regards, what do you think would be appropriate? Would it be that our NC, for example, would be exempt from paying the National Committee membership fee, or that would be a reduced fee? And generally, I know that we assume in this pillar that we're moving forward with this, but again, EYP Armenia is highly against this initiative, as we strongly rely on unrestricted budget, especially in our regions where it's impossible to do a regional session given the infrastructure for our regions. So that's that.
Thank you so much, Armenia, for bringing up your specific situation and asking for clarification on the criteria for your situation. And we will take the next point from EYP Finland before heading back to the proposing entity.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise a point that well, EYP Finland is like in quite a good financial situation, and we could pay a membership fee, and I also see like kind of, you know, I definitely see the use and the reason why we would need to implement this system. However, I just don't know if there's enough incentive for us to pay a larger membership fee than other committees. For example, like I would want the IO to maybe elaborate on that, and if there's any proposal for, I don't know, an incentive for NCs to pay more, or yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good point on how the criteria, sorry, on how the criteria may also affect countries which, if following good criteria, would have to pay more. What's the incentive they have to effectively pay more? We have a direct response from EYP Sweden. So sorry, Anya, but we'll take that before heading back to the proposing entity. Sweden, please keep it concise.
Yeah, thank you very much, David. We very much agree with EYP Finland. EYP Sweden vehemently opposes a distribution criteria proportional to annual income. While our operational budget is different from other NCs, so are our expenses, which must be considered in addition to the legitimate expectation that financial resources based on taxpayer money are expected to be used for member activities within the NC. If a membership fee would be implemented, which we strongly oppose, we think that the way we must approach this is to take into account the activity level within the NC and what benefits they get out from it. Yeah, I'm gonna stop there.
Thank you so much. Perfect place to stop. I think the point was very clear, and I think we leave the IO with a lot to answer. So I think this round of debate was very productive, as we got to hear the NCs kind of reflect on some of the criteria that could be beneficial to some countries and not beneficial to others, regarding both the economics of specific NCs and the countries as a whole. So I'm sure the IO has given this some thought, so it would be lovely to hear their point of view on it. And so I'll pass the word to Anya.
Thank you. And thank you. That's really helpful contribution. And I think to answer to the concerns of EYP Finland and Sweden, and overall to clarify, I think the system has to be differentiated. It can't be the same price or fee for everyone. So it has to be a little bit along the lines of the participation fees, just because I think some situations in different national committees are not the same. So I think how we came to this 30,000, which is included in the annex, it was to run a very basic calculation. We didn't spend much time on it, but introduce same layers, like 8 different types of fees between, I don't actually remember, Nicola, maybe you do, but I think it was from 400 to 1,200. So the lowest would be 400 and the highest would be 1,200, which in our estimation and assumption means that for most of the NCs who benefit from some institutional funding, which would be Finland and Sweden in this case, 1,200, as far as we understand your situation, is a manageable fee. And for those who have a lower budget, then 400 would be the fee. That's to give you an example, and actually something which I also wanted to mention because I forgot in the previous round is about the that this topic is reoccurring, and I think I just also want to reflect that there are some topics like feedback and evaluation which were happening at every single BNC meeting since like 10 years ago, and before we changed, I don't know, some of you might remember recommendation system. It took us 6 BNC meetings to actually vote on it, so it went for 5 BNC meetings before it was voted. So I think that's just how our governance works. So that's why I personally very much appreciate an opportunity to discuss it with you instead of just not having this chance. And to some criteria that were mentioned, like age and budget and activities, I also agree that it has to be reflected, that it's not just your NC budget will not be the only criteria, and it shouldn't be. It has to reflect on different facts, because I agree, of course, EYP Sweden, you would also have higher costs, and that's why your budget is also higher.
All right, thank you so much, Anya, for clarifying that, and for also reminding us that the especially big structural changes like this don't necessarily have to be done in 1 or 2 BNC meetings, and can be a lengthy process. And that's exactly what we're here for, also for contribution. With that said, I think for time's sake, it's wise to move on to the third pillar and the final one, which is regarding the implementation, which is great because it matches exactly Anya's last point of how long this process may or may not take. Would be great to hear some points on that, and we'll take the first points from, sorry, seeing a lot of hands going up and going down. I think we can take this point from EYP Poland. You are recognized.
Thank you. I would like to hear maybe some more about how the international office is gonna manage this process of, first of all, how if we are gonna decide on some sort of membership fees, I would assume that they would have to, the amount would also have to maybe vary from year to year, or on some sort of time-based frame. They're not gonna be set forever. And if they are gonna depend on a budget of individual NCs, then I can see how there's a lot of administrative work that would have to be put into this, with the NCs submitting those budgets, and then somehow the international office auditing and making sure that these are the correct numbers, all that kind of process. I was just wondering, wouldn't that put much more burden on the international office or other like bodies to actually implement that? And how would that, well, I see this as another drawback of the system, because it's much easier to just collect fees from delegates at ISS compared to this really complicated system of checks and balances that will have to be in place. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Poland. And we will take one more point from EYP Spain.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe...
Oh, wait, sorry. We have a direct response from DIO. Sorry, Spain. We'll get back to you, but for now, I'll give the word to Annie.
I'll just very quickly react because it's a very easy answer. We will base all of it on the census, same as we do with the participation fees, and we also recalculate them every year. It will be hopefully an easy system, and definitely we will all aim not to have a workload added to you and to us. So it will not be you submitting documents and budgets which will be reviewed.
Okay, thank you so much, Anya. I think Helena and Anya today it's like your third back and forth just in this debate. So that's been fun. And I'll take, as promised before, sorry, Anastasia, once again, I'll give the floor to you, Spain.
No worries, thank you. I just wanted to propose maybe like a different way of implementing this, which I don't know if it's very crazy, and because like I just like thought of it now, but maybe perhaps instead of asking the NCs to pay a specific amount of money, it would be wise to ask for a percentage of their income in a year. So within, like, for example, their profit of 1 year, you could ask for a percentage, and that percentage could be calculated again depending on all the criteria that you were going to have for the system that you propose. So for example, I don't know, EYP Finland would have a higher percentage that they would have to give to the IO, whereas, I don't know, Armenia, sorry for calling you people out, but like would have like a lesser percentage of their income that they would have to give back to the IO. But again, this would allow for NCs to only give back if they are really able to do so, and also depending on their circumstances, and therefore maybe better adapt to each NC's circumstances in a year, because I think we can all agree that it is very different, the situation that we are in now after a year and a half of not doing any sessions than we were a year and a half ago, where we had physical sessions, a lot of sponsors for that and all that. So yes, I don't know if it's very crazy, but I just wanted to, thank you.
Thank you, Spain, for that spontaneous point, and that about reflecting the current situation and how maybe the environment isn't necessarily the best for big changes like this. And we'll take one more point from Croatia. Happy Croatia, I recognize.
Regarding the implementation, what a lot of the NCs have pointed out at the last BNC meeting, and which is still the case right now, I believe, that a lot of the NCs would base their support towards this proposal if there would be greater accountancy, or rather like responsibility towards financial transparency of the IO and the expenditure, because the NCs would provide some money. There should be greater detailing of the financial reports, rather than just lump sums which were brought for some projects. If that wouldn't be the case, I don't see any NC basically supporting this proposal in any way whatsoever.
Okay, thank you, Croatia. We have a direct response from Belgium. Belgium, I'd ask you to keep this very, very concise, because I would like to hear back from the proposing entity, so we can try to have one more round of debate.
Yes, exactly. That is what EYP Belgium, like, we were fundamentally against, but if it would ever be implemented, then definitely checks and balances have to be there. And as EYP Croatia, I guess, pointed out, there needs to be full transparency. So meaning that at every BNC or whatever, the income and the outcome of like every single euro which happens from the NC membership fee has to be implemented. Otherwise, the IO can just do with the money whatever they want to, and then all the like authority from the national committees is like basically gone. So we really like EYP Belgium supports Croatia's point there.
All right, thank you, Belgium, for showing your support to a fellow NC. We have one more direct response from Germany. Germany, again, try to be as concise as Jeff or more. Thank you.
Yes, regarding what Jeff said, that the IO can do whatever they want, this comes back to our statement in which we said that if we, for example, pay the 20% of the budget, then we also want to have a say in it. So I would really like to draw your attention to this statement again. That is maybe also a constructive way to approach this debate. So I think maybe we could redirect our energy to this part of the debate.
Okay, thank you so much, Germany, for that callback to your statement and how you managed to relate that with the last direct response. IO, if you could try to respond. Actually, IO, I think maybe we'll take one more point and then just wrap up, because I don't think we have enough time for another round. So I might as well take another point now. And that point will come from EYP the Netherlands, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. Quickly wanted to say that, yeah, we understand that no NC is waiting for having to pay a membership fee as a network. And as Dutch people, we fully understand the hesitance of spending money because of our own national stereotype, of course. And combining the fact that we are not allowed as an organization to ask for membership fees, it probably sounds insane that we would be in favor of this proposal. But we are reaching the ceiling of our organization's development, and the IO plays a very integral role in managing the day-to-day of our network. And as we see the growth of amount of people in the IO and the huge impact it has on the network, we therefore fully support the proposal, and we see it as a logical step to make as an organization to keep developing And we also fully agree with EYP Germany's statement that this also should increase the share of having a say in the organization. Now, for the question that I wanted to ask, we saw it under the implementation that it states that from 2023 onwards, that this system could be implemented. Within our own NC in the Netherlands, we are currently working on a change for a mentality for being a event-based fundraising organization to an organization that fundraises based on the organization as a whole, so having more structural fundraising, and we're having difficulty getting there because we simply don't have the know-how and resources to make this shift from event-based to structural organization-based. And this will take a few years. We're confident in being able to do this, but this will take quite some years, and we will need help with that. Therefore, we would need assistance and we would need a bit more time. So we're very much in favor of this step. We think it's a logical step, but 2023 will be too soon for our organization to be able to follow this because we still are working on this mentality change.
Perfect. Thank you so much, the Netherlands, for bringing up specific timeline issues here. And I see also that Switzerland shares the same concern. France, do you still have a direct response regarding the specific timeline and the implementation of this by 2023? I see you nodding yes, so I'm gonna give you the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, and I can just agree with what Tom said about the thinking our NC as a whole, and that is what we do in EYP France for long years now, and that's this allows us to now have three employees and to diversify our program, etc., and today to be in a good financing situation. So yes, okay, that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that was clear. Thank you, Franz. I see two hands still up. However, I'm very, very sorry, but I would like to give an acceptable amount of time for the IO and the GB to sum up this debate, respond to every point that was raised here, and maybe even set the tone for potential discussions on Slack. So I will give you the remaining of the time to do exactly that. Very sorry to Austria and Finland. It's great to see you so active in the debate. However, I sadly just don't have the time to recognize you. With that said, I'll pass it on to Anya.
Thank you, David, very much, and thank you everyone. Also, Austria and Finland, if you quickly write in the chat, I might still address your points if it's something quick. Okay, so I'll try to go first for the questions, and then maybe Nicola and I will also do some closing words. So about the accountability, of course, I think it's the biggest advantage that the NCs will gain, that you will actually be able to hold us more accountable because you will also pay to the budget. So I really think that for the network, it's a very important shift also for these reasons, which doesn't exist at the moment. And of course, we will report on the 35,000 that we will spend. It's also relatively easy because I already gave you an example of the BNC meeting costing us 15,000 a year, so it would not be problematic to report at all, and we would welcome this. In terms of transparency, I would also, now for this actually BNC meeting, we changed the templates. I would be curious to hear what you thought, if it was more accessible type of information presented to you, because I am aware that it might have not been the most approachable type of communication before. We were not scrutinized, we were not asked any questions in the financial updates part, so I assumed that everything was clear. If you have any further input on how it should be structured, also please approach me. I'm very, very keen on making it more accessible for all of you. Also, in terms of Spain's idea for the percentage-based, I would be curious to hear what other NCs think. I personally think it's much easier to budget if you have a stable fee, and I don't find it entirely fair for successful NCs to pay a larger share. And if we are talking about 1,200 as a top payment, I think the sooner you could budget for it, the easier it's also for the NC budgets kind of finances. And that's also overall the step that we would encourage most of the NCs to start taking forward, is to have NC budgets, because we realize that it's not a practice that it exists at the moment. And thank you very much, of course, EYP and France for your support. I am happy to hear we have allies with this proposal. I'm also maybe happy to collaborate with you further, and maybe you could contribute with more ideas. And of course, in terms of when, if you believe that 2023 is too soon, we could, of course, then move it forward. I also don't think it would be a rapid change. So even if we were to start in 2023, maybe we would start with 20% of like the entire sum. We aim to and then gradually increase, more to kind of start the mentality shift rather than to get the money, so that the NCs start budgeting for it and they kind of know that the expense that would occur. But there we have to design a system. I don't have an answer to that yet, but note taken that it's too soon. I hope I addressed all of the points, looking at my notes. Yeah, I will say a couple of words, and Nicola, then I'll pass on to you. But thank you very much for this contribution. I am looking forward to continue talking with you about it, because I do see that the network needs a change in some direction. I don't think we'll be able to find a perfect solution, but of course, it's also how networks work, that it's some compromises have to be made for the sake of the entire network. I really am also very happy to cooperate with you on all the regards, and I'm very proud that we can offer to you also in this year and last year so many other opportunities to engage in the capacity building events. And we will have a summer academy, and we had the president's meeting, we will have fundraising summit, we will hopefully have lots of travel reimbursements available for other funding that we secured. We would introduce bilingual events again this year. So we really try to create a catalog of options for you to engage through the partnership that we establish. We will continue doing so, and I'm very much looking forward to continue working with all of you, regardless of how this proposal goes forward. It's just a reminder that everything we do to improve our network, and we are really very happy to work with you. And if this doesn't go further, it doesn't mean anything to us, because we'll find a way how to make yours and ours work well. But I still hope that one day we will shift into a more sustainable structure. And Nicola, I'm passing on to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you as well, and maybe answer EYP Finland's point on how do we best improve the transparency. So usually at the BNCs, we have the IO's updates with exact numbers for what each, cent was spent on. So we could really do the same system continuing forward. So we take in how much was the income for that year, and how was it spent, and then the BNC has accountability, or can even say that some other things are more prioritized and should be more prioritized. But we'll continue working on it, both from the IO and the GB side. We'll reconnect with you both on the regional cluster system, but also we'll organize different groups so we can talk about this more freely, and I guess with more time, just to make sure that everyone's on board and we can continue building this network together. So that's it from my side, and thank you so much for participating, and we look forward to any of your points that you might have.
Thank you so much, GB and IO. As mentioned already in the Zoom chat, even though the GB kind of already addressed it, it would be great if EYP Finland and EYP Austria, you can make your points also on the Slack. The Slack is quite active regarding the finance structure. With that in mind, the BNC board has kind of decided that we would leave the channel that was for this debate. We're probably going to leave it open, make it permanent, since it was also kind of reflected on this debate that both by the IO, the GB, and the NCs, that the process of communication regarding this issue shouldn't maybe be limited to just the BNC meetings. So just in general, to the IO and to the GB, if at any point between now and the next BNC meeting you make any major breakthrough, let's say with like finalizing a set of criteria, even if only temporary, you can maybe send it to the Slack already and get some of the input from the NCs even before the BNC meeting, and hopefully make the debates even more productive and fruitful. With that night of productive and fruitful debates, I really want to thank everyone. If you remember correctly, and I'm sure if you were here, remember, because it was traumatizing, the last meeting, we had 3 hours and a half for this. And I do feel like in just 1 hour and 15, we did manage to go through some very important points already, which I'm personally very, very grateful for, because I didn't have to chair for 3 hours, and that's fun. And so a big, big thank you to all the NCs and to the IO and the GB for keeping the debate as lively and as fruitful as it was. We are exactly on time to start the next debate. However, I will take 1 minute for you guys to just like have a woohoo, we survived another finance structure debate, because that's very good. And make sure to drink some water, sit up straight, unclench your jaw, make sure you're breathing properly. Yeah, we're going to talk about corporate design now, which is hopefully a bit more chill and less intense than finances, personally, for me anyway. I'm more excited about this one in a like wholesome way and not like as excited. I don't think it will be like very, very energetic, but like calmer. So I personally can't wait to see what you guys say. However, I sadly won't be chairing it, so I'll pass the word on to Stefan.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you everyone for contributing in the previous debates. And as you know, this will be the final topic of debate for the meeting and for our term. So I guess let's make it a great one, also a dynamic if possible, with many direct responses coming, as we already had a bunch of those today. So we are starting off with the final one, update of the network's corporate design, with the spokesperson being Yanis and Sarah. So either one who's ready, feel free to take the floor.
Thank you, Stefan, and hello, everyone, and thank you for joining today's debate on the network's corporate design update. If you could please move to the next slide, Stefan. Thank you. Yeah, we proposed this debate on the network's corporate design update because we believe that it's time to fully translate EYP's identity as a dynamic youth organization also in its corporate design, and also enable its coherent application and across the network. We believe that EYP's brand will very much benefit from the update as presented in the style guide. And whilst we won't have time to go through all the details of it, we very much hope that in this debate, we can discuss and present the latest developments, answer any questions you might have, and of course, get your valuable input. To summarize the history of this proposal, we really have to start roughly 6 years ago when the current corporate design was first introduced. That is quite some time, obviously. The corporate design refreshment process started last year in spring when the international session logo and the communications manual were updated. 2021 is really the perfect opportunity to initiate such a process because due to COVID-19 restrictions and the lack of in-person events, there's less materials being produced and printed. Another factor is also the relaunch of the EYP.org website. After considering a really wide range of options, we are very excited and happy with the outcome. And lastly, I would like to stress that we are talking here about a refreshment, not a profound change and rebranding. And therefore, EYP's brand identity will remain intact and will be enhanced. Next slide, please. I already touched on this, but our rational and intended outcome is to provide an added value with the corporate design refreshment and the style guide by enabling us to communicate not only with one voice, but one visual identity. Next slide, please. Here we are at the colors. As you can see, indigo and yellow remained the same. Also, the blue is very much similar. It was made slightly brighter to give it a bit of a fresher look. Also, the secondary colors, slate and cool gray, remained the same. Turquoise was added as a secondary color, and pink was added as an accent color. On the right side, you can see the example of color combinations, which also reflect the hierarchy of colors. So the focus is very much on the primary colors, and pink is rather used as a highlight. Next slide, please. Yeah, moving on to the logo family. You can see the long logo and the square logo. And also, as you can see, the essential elements remained the same. So we still have the stars and the font. The change being the font was made blue to reflect the color of the stars as well. And the positioning of the square logo was slightly adapted. Next slide, please. This slide is to show that we took a large amount of options into consideration and reflected on different perspectives. So on the right side, you see some of the discarded options. There's a one option with a very small font, and one option where European Youth Parliament, the fonts are not aligned but indented. And one very decisive factor for choosing the logo refreshment and positioning as presented was to ensure the aesthetics of the national committee logos, which you can see on the next slide. Here you see that the lines are all aligned together. And also you can see that the logic remains very much the same as it is now. So the national language is bolded and English is not bold. Next slide, please. Yeah, we would like to highlight that we understand that this change process will take some time, but we will provide all the tools and support needed for national committees to implement these changes. The most important ones being the distribution of the national committees logos, as well as the templates package, which will include PowerPoint, letter template, and many others. We will also offer 2 webinars, which will explain how to use a corporate design, how to apply the colors, etc. Also, we will offer an opportunity for consultations with the International Office on matters related to communications in general, not only to the corporate design. Lastly, we are aiming for an implementation of the corporate design refreshment by January 2022 for digital products, and for printed materials, this timeframe can be extended if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think that we have any statements. Let me double check that. Yeah, no statements, which means we go directly to the debate with the first point coming from EYP Poland. Anya, you have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. That's going to be just a short point, because as long as I think that I don't have that much opinion about the color, because I think it's just a matter of getting used to visually to it. I'm not certainly convinced about the color of the font itself and the logo, because right now, when you have the division between blue and black, when you've specified the European Youth Parliament as blue and then the name of the committee as black, it kind of, for me at least, or for EYP Poland, it creates this division between the European Youth Parliament itself and the particular national committee, and I don't necessarily think this is something that we aim for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anya. The next point will come from EYP Denmark.
Thank you very much. I have a few things just as feedback, I would say. First of all, for the bolding of the words, just as we have had until now, it makes, of course, very good sense that having either the English version or the national versions bolded. However, I find it a bit weird that we have chosen to bold the national ones, since when we then go to, for example, France or the UK or Portugal, you will then have a standalone that will either be bolded or not bolded. And I would prefer that that one would then be bolded and not standing without bold as it is right now. So that's just a very small thing. And then just to reflect on what Anya said on the color of the font, to me, it makes better sense that there is a clear distinction between the font and the stars and the rest of the logo. As I've also mentioned in the Slack channel, there might be some considerations on accessibility for colorblind people. I am one of those. And I'm not saying that like the font should necessarily be black, but at least a darker version of the font color as it is right now. And as a last point, some NCs will have to actually pay for changing their logo, which I think is a bit criticizable that we then have a logo changed every 5th or 6th years.
Okay, thank you very much, EYP Denmark, for raising some very good points. And I can see we have a direct response coming from EYP Belgium. So EYP Belgium, you have the floor for your direct response.
Thank you. Sorry for all these direct responses today. Yes, about the point of like that national committees have to like switch to logo and that it entails like some payments. Like EYP Belgium literally just ordered 1,000 new cups with the old logo on it. We have to, it's like more of the practical side. We also have to buy new cups, design new sweaters with a new logo, buy new banners for our sessions. Like all of this is work that can really be avoided. To be honest, like I really like the idea about a new logo, but every 5 to 7 years is quite soonish. And also just in general, like it can be very pretty, although there's some design details that I'm not agreeing with. But this is just unnecessary, as I think the logo as of now is really great as it is, and changing it is not only visually changing the whole thing, but also practically. It entails some cost for NCs as well for like promotional material and all of the things I mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EYP Belgium. Now we go to EYP Albania.
Thank you, Stefan, for the recognition. We want to thank the International Office for the idea to refresh the corporate design of EYP. But one thing that we like to mention is that we would like to spread the involvement of the NCs in this process further, and to not only include it in the implementation part, but also in the conceptualizing in the first place, because we need to have the NCs involved in the actual finalizing of the new logos rather than just implementing them. And we've seen from the comments made so far that there are some small changes that we think should be made. And we truly think that that should be done together with all of the communication part of the NCs, and for our cooperation to also be included in this part. Thank you. But we truly applaud the communications team at the IO for taking up this initiative.
Thank you very much, EYP Albania. So let's go back to the International Office to respond to the points made, and then we'll have another round or two of debates.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for all your really great input. And if I can get back to EYP Poland, who raised the point of that Black font creates a division between European Youth Parliament and the national committees. Obviously, the refreshed logo are intended to do exactly the opposite, and rather to have a unified visual identity across the network and present us as a community, as was raised in previous debates. So the point, on the Black font is taken. However, this was, it remained black, how it is now, to kind of catch the eye of for the national committee name. But this is something that can be potentially discussed. Then there was a point raised on the bolded national committee name. For the national committees that only have one name, such as like one language there, such as European Youth Parliament Portugal. As far as I'm informed, like this is bold currently as well. So this would be literally no change to the current logos as they are now. So this could be discussed also about the current logos. The point on accessibility, I think this is quite a long debate that we're very open to have, of course, to how to make the corporate design as accessible as possible. I'm not sure about the practicalities of it and would need some input on that. We hope that, as I also showed on Slack, that when you use the logo on a white background, that it's still very much visible. Also for colorblind people, for instance, and I would very much like to hear your feedback, if that is true or not. And otherwise on colored backgrounds, you shouldn't use the colored logo in general for design purposes. To EYP Belgium on the cost for printing. That is also why we extended the deadline for changing printed materials after 2022. So we very much understand that this shouldn't occur any additional costs for national committees, and we see no need in reprinting or changing or throwing away anything that is already printed, but rather stop now with printing with the current logo and moving on to the new one. So thereby we would avoid any additional costs.
And adding to that, I guess if you have like 40 national committees, you will always have this point in time where it's not helpful for one NC because you just ordered something. So there will probably never be like the ideal point in time to do a logo refreshment or like a corporate design refreshment. So obviously the expectation is not that you change all your things just from one day to another. It's going to be a transition. Some NCs might be done with this earlier, maybe because they don't have materials that need to be printed or something. That's why we said online materials is another thing than like logos and sweaters, because also the visibility is different. If you have people wearing a sweater in a session, that's a limited scope where people gonna see it. If you change your logo on your website and your social media, that's way more people would see it. One last point about Albania, because this was a more like general point about the question of how to structure such a process. Actually, I must say from the governing body side, we were quite involved in this, probably more than also the office was expecting in the first place, because it's in the end, it's a very technical point that is part of the communication work of the office, but still we felt like that touching upon the visual identity is an important thing. So that's why we involved ourselves a lot, thinking about different options, putting a lot of emphasis on how to make sure that the NC logos in the end work out. And that would be also the next step, that the office gets in touch with you, and like smaller things can still be discussed. But the overall problem, I would say, is organizing a process, a layout process. And I don't know if there's any designers amongst you, but if you organize a layout process, design process with 40 NCs, that's never going to work. There always will be someone who doesn't like a color, who doesn't like that star to be there. And so that's a little bit difficult, but obviously that's why we are here. We take into consideration your points that can still be remedied, and in the end, obviously, logos need to be made in a way that you can use them in your work. I hope that clarified.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Yanis. Let's start. I think this will be actually the final round of debate for the whole meeting, and we'll start from the Balkans with EYP Croatia getting the first points.
I would like to ask rather quickly why, although all the colors are still named the same, they were all changed. They're all color values were changed for the yellow, for the indigo, for the slate, for the blue, for the cool gray compared to the current communications manual. And also another question would be, what's the approximate timeline to update communications manual and the communications strategy to reflect the new corporate design? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for being so concise. And now let's go to, okay, I wanted to give a point to EYP Germany, but they're not here anymore. So EYP, the Netherlands, you get.
I am still here, very much so.
Oh, I can't see your hand anymore.
No, that's just because the color of my hand skin is apparently very white, and my background is also very white. So that's it's just an unfortunate event because of the colors. I'm still raising my hand.
You can take the point. Sorry.
Thank you very much. That's great. Thanks so much. I have another point on accessibility, because that's also something that we just discussed in our NC. That, for example, as you proposed, in the proposal that you sent to us in the meeting booklet, you're also thinking about, for example, general document template resolution booklets. And we were also wondering if it's possible to use a font that, for example, is also friendly for people with dyslexia. That to make it even more accessible to everyone in the future, whether you could also consider the use of a font that is, for example, accessible to people with dyslexia.
Thank you very much. So as promised, EYP the Netherlands, and then we go to EYP Latvia for probably the very final point of this BNC meeting. So the Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We just had a look also at the individual logos, and we noticed that ours, with our country having a very long name, next to also being a tongue twister for some, makes the logo very wide, and it also makes in our national tongue, Nederland, and the Netherlands makes it extend further than the actual logo, and it looks a bit as if it was just pasted on there. So, like we enjoy we really like seeing everything that has been going into this. It's nice. It looks fresh. I think it helps our corporate identity. But we just have a bit of a doubt with using our own one because we were very proud of the fact that in our old logo, when it was still the square, that it fit exactly underneath, and now it just sort of looks like it was stuck under there. I also noticed that with some NCs that have multiple languages, that it is quite a bit of a block that's being pasted underneath it. So I was also wondering how, if we could maybe in the future somewhere see the long version of the logo with the country's name under it, because we now have the more square one, but I also saw there was a long version of the new logo to see how that would look like, if that might work better for our NC specifically. But nevertheless, a lot of compliments from our side. It looks very good, albeit a few minor suggestions to make it work better in the long run.
Thank you very much, EYP the Netherlands. And before going to Latvia, we have two direct responses. The first one coming from EYP Denmark. So then after the direct response from EYP Denmark, we'll see whether EYP Sweden's direct response is relevant. If not, then we go to Latvia. EYP Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's very, very short. And just to reflect on what Tom also just said, when I look at the logos in the attached file with all the national logos, I can also see how the countries with longer names do not have the same size of the logo as the others, that they get smaller. And I'm just curious to hear if that's a general thing or if that's only for uploading that it was like that.
Thank you very much. EYP Sweden, is your point or direct response still relevant?
I think so, and it's a short one, and it's regarding the same logo that the Netherlands mentioned. It's the block one, vertical one. We do think it's very text heavy as opposed to the current one, which we dislike, and we also agree with other NCs about whether or not it's necessary to have a change or not. So that's just something we want to emphasize now at the end of the debate.
Thank you very much, EYP Sweden, for keeping it brief. EYP Latvia.
Thank you for the floor. I have a concern about the pink accent color because it's a very trendy color right now in graphic design. And therefore, if it's accent color for the next 5-6 years, it could be outdated by the time it's implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very good point. And I have to say, I would be super sad to see EYP friends having their hand up after the debate is done. So I'm going to allow them to have the final point of the BNC meeting. So EYP friends, thank you for being so active, and you have the floor for the final point of this BNC meeting.
Such an honor. Thank you very much, Stefan. According to Article 9 of the EYP communication policy, the name European Youth Parliament can be included in the national language if necessary. I'm sorry to be the French exception. For EYP France, it is necessary, especially for our partners, and we are in contact with the ministries. With that, with the new version of the logo, first of all, it doesn't seem to have so much room for the name in the national language. Plus, it installs a kind of hierarchy between the names, and the first thing that we would see would be the name in English, which need maybe a small reflection. But the main thing is, what about the name of the organization in the national language?
Thank you very much, EYP friends. And now we go back to the GB and the IO to respond to all of these points. And I'm very sorry that we have, I think, 6, which will be probably the biggest round so far, but yeah, it's the final one.
Yeah, thanks for all your comments. If I can jump into the first point that was raised, which I didn't quite catch, about the color change, that slate and indigo, if we could specify that later. I don't know if we have time for that. I didn't quite catch that, but Philip raised also the point of the timeline for communications manual. Obviously, we're waiting for this debate here to gain all your input before we started producing a very large process about updating all the materials. So in terms of timeline, this would happen as fast as possible from now on. Then there was a point raised on the NC logos with very long names. We definitely saw this as well, and we would be definitely open to consider this on an individual basis if it is not very much possible to fit the name under the Square logo, for instance. It would be a very good possibility to use the long logo instead, but this is, yeah, we don't have time to go into detail here. The point about accessibility is another thing where I would be very happy to collect all comments and like discuss the way forward. In general, this was done by a professional agency, so I think they considered accessibility to a certain extent, and I would also be very curious to find out what font is specifically useful, for example, for individuals with dyslexia. So this is a longer discussion, I think, that we can continue after the debate. About the pink accent color out of date, I think it's a very useful color that will not be out of date next year, and that was already let's say in fashion a few years ago. Now it's maybe more widely used, but I don't believe that in the next few years it will suddenly become out of style. The second one, or there was another question on, is this necessary? The discussion to add more colors was raised already some time ago. And we took the opportunity when we started discussing about this. When you update the colors, it's also useful to consider updating and refreshing the logos as well, since, as you all realize, it's quite an extensive process that you don't do every few years. Is there anything I missed? Janis, do you have something to add maybe?
Yeah, maybe some kind of final remarks to bundle things up. I think the general goal of this topic of debate for us, at least, was to present you with the overall outcome, with the overall process, and see if it receives positive feedback. I think large majority of comments were very positive. The aspects of individual NCs having specific needs or issues with bold or whatever, how to fit in the names. I think that's all something that is now planned in the process anyway. So that's not much of an argument against the overall process to go on or not. I'm very sure with the capable hands of the communication department in the office, there will be smooth ways to work on this. What I think in general, also to once again reply, is this to the question of like, was it necessary and so on. We have discussed when this was kicked off by the office also amongst the GB, and we had quite distinct opinions in the first place, but we also were willing to rethink, and when we were presented with more and more options, we saw that right now there is a good moment to do this. So the other option would have been to postpone this further and to see if there's any other option in the future, to maybe even discuss the logo as a whole, like having a very deep corporate design discussion. But we decided in the end to not do that because there was funding and capacities right now in the office, which cannot be taken for granted, that they will be for the next 5 years, every year present. So now the office is also able to help you out with preparing all of these materials. And as EYP Belgium pointed out, this is not something that you just do every 4 or 3 years, because it's indeed very detailed. Last point, because I felt like sometimes maybe the discussion was a bit too focused on, you know, just one color or the logo option. It comes with lots and more. We create a first ever corporate design manual, which has not been there. So it gives a lot of helpful suggestions how to handle layout when it comes to logos. That's a huge service, I think, for people who are not dealing with this every day, but are finding themselves in a position of being communication officer in their NCs. And it will come, as Sarah pointed out, with all of these documents that are already now on the platform, but will be renewed and even added with extra documents that haven't been provided with the corporate design so far, like presentations, letters, and so on. So it's in the end, it will be, I'm putting this in quotes, it will be just on you to, you know, slowly implement it, but a lot of this will be prepared. Just also to refer back a little bit on the previous discussion on what does the office actually do with their capacities and the funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yanis, Sarah, and everyone who contributed. So now with this being wrapped up, we have a break for 13 minutes, and then we are jumping in to the updates from the working groups and also the summaries of the workshops from yesterday. So now get some time to refresh yourself, get a cup of water, some coffee maybe, stretch out, and I'll see you back in 12 to 13 minutes.
Hello, everyone. It is time for the final round of the BNC meeting. Happy to see everyone's cameras turning on. I was worried I was the only one here. It's gonna be just a quick 45 minutes to wrap everything up. We do have a lot of, we'll be very active, I would say, 45 minutes. We will see the results of all the workshops from yesterday. We also received a formal request regarding working groups, and we'll also have updates from the 2 currently active working groups on regional clusters and on sustainability. So we'll start off with the workshop updates. And with that said, the BNC board has received the workshop updates from all 5 people who were responsible for workshops yesterday. So we're just going to go through them in the order that they are presented in the meeting booklet. To keep things short, and since we do have quite some things to go through, we will ask that workshop presentations are done in a maximum of 5 minutes. We don't think all of these 5 minutes will be needed, but just it's meant to be a quick sum up to kind of fill in the BNC on what happened in the workshops that NC representatives couldn't attend. So it's not meant to be like a process of your entire discussion yesterday. So that way, for time efficiency's sake, we could keep things snappy. That way we can even maybe have some rounds of discussion regarding what was said during the workshops. Okay, with that said, I hope the speakers are here, because I'm first going to give the floor to the workshop regarding the implementation of the EYP strategy from 2021 to 2025. And so I will pass the word to Yanis or Lika if they are here and ready.
Yeah.
Amazing. Take the floor.
Thank you, David. And also, once again, thanks for everyone for contributing to the workshop. You will be able to read up more details on the report that's going to be part of the meeting booklet, or the meeting minutes. What we mainly did was we discussed or presented the key results, meaning the more specific goals for 2021, potentially the next half year of 2022 as well, which are sentences that have very concrete goals in terms of numbers that we want to achieve. For example, number of NCs, or number of events, or number of activities, or percentages, or concrete outcomes like guides or similar. And NCs had the chance to fill out a feedback poll that has been also provided to the whole network almost 2 weeks ago by the office through the newsletter of the network. Unfortunately, had very, very, very low response. So it was very great that the NCs took some time to fill it in during the workshop. It will also be sent to the BNC list today, again, with an extended deadline. We would like to encourage you to also spread it among your members. We presented the annual strategy calendar, which will be implemented first time this year, and it will contain more events, something like the strategy town hall that we had on Friday. It will have strategy days where all the owners of initiatives, being projects and ideas that contribute to the strategy as a whole, will be invited for 1 day of updates and workshops. And lastly, we had some discussions about specific questions that NCs had. For example, how they can promote the strategy, how much initiative owners that are not part of the board, for example, of an NC, still should be connected to the NC, how big those projects would be. I included the questions and the answers in the report, so you can read it up there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Yanis. I think that was within the 5-minute limit. If anyone has any pressing questions about this workshop, we can have a very quick Q&A part, but ideally this won't be lengthy, and so if you have nothing to question, no problem whatsoever. Okay, nothing seems to have come up. If you think of something else, we can have like maybe a general round of questions after all the workshops have presented. And so we'll move on to the second point, to the second workshop topic, which was the EYP's mandates in taking an advocacy role, which I believe is Yanis's as well. So Yanis, wanna keep the streak going?
Yeah, I also see that Vicky is here, who was there for the workshop, so feel free to add anything. Also, thanks for moderating it, because I had to do 2 workshops at the same time. And also thanks to Julia, who's not here at the moment anymore, the other GB member, being present for the strategy workshop. So the advocacy workshop was focusing on the things that we have in a communication strategy that are laid out as aspects that we can do external communication on, and that we want to be more, that we want to raise our voice as an organization on. These are mostly around active citizenship and volunteering and so far. And there were small discussion groups, and I just see that Vicky put on her camera, so she's there. Maybe Vicky can just quickly go through the outcomes and what we would propose to continue with this.
Sure. So basically, as Yanis was just saying, the participants were divided in 3 groups, each tackling some of the topics that are included in the communication strategy. These are grant possibilities, youth participation and mobility, volunteering, community work, the role of civil society, and so on. So in the first round, the participants identified some problems that youth organizations shall overcome and on which EYP can have an opinion on. These issues ranged from financial instability, difficulties in outreach, high cost for individuals, that individuals have to cover to attend events, the fact that non-formal education programs are being undervalued, the fact that there is an occasional polarization of debates of political nature at youth events. And in the second round when they were divided in groups, they have identified instead some solutions that could later on be developed into speaking points for EYP when communicating in an external setting. So some of these, just to be brief, were the need for a stable financial income for youth organizations to ensure project continuity and long-term impact, the smoothing of bureaucracy when it comes to applying for financial grants, such as Erasmus+, for example. There was a general desire to start sharing experiences and know-how with other youth organizations which have similar values to EYP. There is a need for school curricula across Europe to recognize volunteer work as an asset and give credit for the work that volunteers do. The need for more communication channels between the youth and decision makers from across the entire political spectrum, and the need to enhance the international project aimed at youth mobility. So not only enhancing those, but also the creation of new programs, potentially also through travel grants for volunteers. So in the end, just to be very brief and conclude, a suggestion that we would give, given that the topic of external communication and active citizenship requires extensive discussion, with a view to drafting also speaking points on such topics included in the communication strategy. We foresee the creation of a task force potentially to comprehensively tackle EYP's advocacy role. So we would make that suggestion. And this was a bit of a summary of what this workshop was about. I hope it was clear enough.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I do think it was clear enough. I will then, I think I'm going to do what I suggested last round, where we just take all of the updates, and if any question comes up regarding any of the workshops, just write it down, and then once all presentations are done, we'll have a small Q&A if necessary. And with that said, we'll just move right on with the third workshop topic, which is support for politically endangered national committees, which was brought to us by EYP Germany. So I'll pass the word to Madam Lincroft.
Thank you very much. So for us, the main question of the workshop was how can national committees help politically endangered national committees? And before we really got into it, we looked a little bit of the problem,
of this topic, which is, for example, that bodies such as the governing body or the international office do not have a mandate to help, which makes it difficult for them to offer support. Then also we were wondering about like what qualifies a politically endangered national committee. From what point onwards can you be considered a politically endangered national committee? And what goes hand in hand with that is also that issues are not always public knowledge. So in our workshop, we also talked a lot about NCs who are facing struggles, who are facing hardships, which we actually didn't know about before, because as I said, it's not always public knowledge. And then we also have to be very careful that support cannot always be positive, that even though you're trying to be helpful, you can actually make things worse. So we really have to be very careful about walking this very fine line between offering help, but also making sure that you're not endangering NC members. So afterwards, we had a discussion where we talked, or like brief presentation as well, what has been done in the case of EYP Belarus. So it was presented what the GB and the IO have done. Furthermore, we also talked about the initiatives EYP Belarus took. Again, this is only exemplary for the case in EYP Belarus. And afterwards, we had a discussion of the measures. And the measures that we came up with, they're all written down, so I'd be happy to send them either on Slack or via the BNC list. And at the end, we also briefly talked within like 60 seconds whether we're going to establish a working group. And we decided that it wouldn't make much sense to establish a working group simply because it's a very, not soft topic, but if you were to compared to committee topics, it's pretty much the raising awareness media campaign kind of type. So we decided that it would make most sense to just share the measures that we came up with and not make a working group for the sake of a working group. So yeah, if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask them either in Slack or at the end of this presentation. And once again, I would like to extend a big thank you to everyone who participated.
And a big thank you right back at you, Lena. I personally feel like my awareness has been raised. I will move on then with the next workshop topic, which is, wait, I'm lost. No, here I am. Okay, which is alumni network management, which was chaired by Laura Joel. So if Laura is with us, I would ask her to take the floor.
Yeah, I am with you guys. Yeah, so I haven't done a workshop like this before. I summarized it. So apologies if I'll be a bit more brief or less brief than I should be. But essentially our workshop revolved around alumni network management and how we can work together towards building a strong and engaged alumni network. And just as a small reminder for everyone in this Zoom, an alumnus or an alumna of EYP on the international level is defined as someone who is no longer active. So someone who, for instance, used to do EYP in the 90s or in 2005. And people that are part of our alumni network in a more active way are people that maybe don't want to go to sessions anymore, but want to stay involved in a different way. So for instance, through anniversary dinners, but this can also be through giving workshops or helping EYP and NCs find fundraising opportunities with their connections. And that's sort of where the discussion in the workshop started, that it's important for us to stay in touch with these alumni, that they can provide us knowledge, not only about our history and institutional history, but also to find new opportunities, for instance, for a new partnership, or generally just share knowledge when it comes to fundraising. One of the things that was definitely mentioned as a main challenge is that it's difficult to find alumni, especially the older ones in NCs that haven't had a database or regular events for alumni yet. And it's also very difficult to keep them engaged in a way that doesn't overwhelm them with information, but rather, make sure that they stay informed on what is happening in the alumni network without giving them a weekly update. As they're usually not as active as our regular EYP volunteers. We also found a sort of a consensus that alumni management should take place mostly on the national level, but that it would be very beneficial for the national level to get guidelines and guidance from the international level. So either the IO or the Alumni Coordination Group, which is the strategic body of this alumni network. And that they would especially like guidance in this, reaching out to alumni, this big challenge. It was also noted that NC board members don't always have time for alumni network management. It's one of the things that was indicated by several NCs was that it would be great to have a designated person working for alumni rather than an NC board member that's also managing the active members. And generally alumni then become less of a priority, and then having an association or a board for alumni specifically is very helpful for both the activities for alumni, but also for the NC to not be overworked with too many different tasks. And lastly, it was noted by everyone, of course, that it's been difficult to organize alumni events during the lockdown, because a lot of popular things like organizing happy hours, drinks, dinners are just a lot easier to organize physically rather than digitally, which meant that 2020, for many more reasons than just that, but was made more challenging in the alumni portfolio as well. Lastly, I wouldn't suggest taking any action in this at the next BNC meeting, but rather it was for the IO and NCs to be able to share some knowledge, be able to share even tips, and just generally get a view of what is the status quo of the alumni network, and then maybe see how we can work together in the future to make this a better and more engaged network. So yeah, that would be the update from this workshop. And I'll hand the floor back to David, I think.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Lara. I don't think you were more brief or less brief than intended. You kept it great. And finally, the final workshop, something that's very, very present, I think, to a lot of NCs today, was a workshop on digital formats in the EYP. And I would then ask the chair of that workshop, which I believe was Valeria, to take the floor. If she is with us, question mark. Anyone from the GB can give any updates on this? No, anyone on the IO can clarify this situation, maybe? Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's possible that Val isn't with us. So the written updates were provided. I think that might be the only format that they might be available in at the moment.
Okay, that shouldn't be a problem always. Thanks for letting us know, João. Yeah, so the written updates will be attached to this meeting's minutes when they are sent out. So that's nothing to worry about. As promised before, if any question popped up during the workshop updates, feel free to throw them at the floor. Now, raise your virtual hand and we'll make sure to recognize you. If you do have any questions, I would ask you to address start your point by specifying what workshop it's about to make sure that the chair is aware that they are being interrogated. I see no virtual hands coming up. So I'm assuming this means everyone was clarified by the workshop updates and have no further questions. Obviously, you are free to contact the chairs or just message Slack in general if any question does come up in the meantime. With this said, having finished on a workshop on digital sessions, we actually, before we move on to the working group updates from the currently active working groups, a reminder that in this BNC meeting, we already have passed formal requests for the creation of a new working group. So that's something to look forward for the next BNC meeting. We'll have one more working group with updates. And we actually received one more formal request for the creation of another working group. That formal request was submitted by EYP Denmark. EYP Denmark, would you maybe want to explain your suggestion for the working group instead of, yeah, I'll give you the floor. I think it's best.
Thank you, definitely. Yes, so my request to form a working group is mainly based on the agenda item 2 from yesterday, where we were discussing the evaluation standards in digital sessions. And first of all, thank you for a great debate. Was indeed super nice to hear the opinions of everyone. And as far as I could hear, there was a general agreement on the fact that an implementation of a digital session term, potentially with subterms, would make sense. This, of course, is nothing that a working group alone can implement, but I'm sure that a working group could be beneficial towards finding out which terms would be beneficial to have on the members platform and present that at a later BNC meeting. Together with this, a working group could also look into creating guidelines for the selections, potentially making the selections in the future easier for the panels so that they will have ideas on how to weigh digital and physical experience respectively, both so that physical experience can be used in digital sessions and reversed, because I believe this goes very much both ways. Also, in order to fully value the digital sessions, this would definitely be to recognize them more than some are already doing. And the hope for the working group would also be to have people with both digital and physical experience to join forces to actually be able to work out a set of guidelines. Yes, I think that's it.
Yep, I think that's perfectly clear. Thank you so much, Mia. As mentioned, there was already some debate on this yesterday, I believe, or at least some point during the VNC meeting. I'm sorry, but all of the exact timeline of the debates is starting to melt within my brain. But I'm sure we had this meeting. It was my general impression that people seemed generally in agreement with this. So I would suggest maybe we vote the working group nomine contradicente. But just to make sure that this is an acceptable format, if I could get like a quick polling reaction on whether or not you think this working group is a good idea, just with yes or no reactions on Zoom. If I see some no reactions, we'll make sure to have a proper vote. Otherwise, I'll just pass it by nomine contradicente. Dope. I see plenty of yeses. I don't see any no's. So in that case, we will proceed with the voting via nomine contradicente, which means that if anyone has any specific reason why they don't think this working group should come into existence, please speak now. And since no one spoke, it is my absolute pleasure to announce the new working group of the BNC chaired by Mia on evaluation standards for digital sessions. Amazing. Woohoo. Okay, so we currently have 4 active working groups, at least for the next 20 minutes, as one of the working groups will cease to exist by the end of this block of time. And so we now move on to the updates of the currently active working groups, and we will start with the working group on regional clusters, chaired by Andrew from EYP Croatia. And so if he is available to give us an update on what's been going on with the working group, I'd pass the floor on to him.
Thank you, David. If you don't mind, I would like to share my screen so I can show some graphs to the assembly. That's fine.
I believe that's fine. You don't have access at the moment?
No, I can't while someone else is sharing the screen.
Fair enough. Steph, okay, there we go.
Right, yeah, cool, that works. Okay, yeah, cool. So before I do dig into a lot of numbers. So basically, firstly, hi everyone, and thank you for the floor. I will try to be brief, but I do want to mention that the working group has worked undermanned, and it has worked with a lot of information. So the amount of pure data that we have had to analyze has been incredible. Really a lot of data, a lot of numbers, a lot of averages, a lot of percentiles and stuff that for someone who doesn't do analytics like professionally or study them, can be quite hard to absorb, and we saw that in our work. But firstly, I want to mention also the working group members Saviel and Kiran, who did an outstanding job when it comes to all of this data. Now, firstly, we do need to apologize as a working group and me as a chair that we did not manage to finish it all up until this BNC. We had high hopes, we had a lot of ideas, we did a lot of stat analysis, but what it ended up being was just overwhelming. And the reasons why, I'm going to tell them shortly and quickly so that you get the idea of what we did, and then we will be asking, unfortunately, for an extension. But also with the extension, we will be asking anyone if they are interested in this topic and if they want to jump in on board and want to aid us in this, that we would be very, very pleased by that, because we need a fresh set of eyes. Honestly, we would love it, because just the amount of data that goes into this and the amount of general opinions is outstandingly large. But yeah, so basically what we did, what our goal was to analyze the regional cluster system and check if it was still living up to its goals and if it was still living up to what it set out to do way back when it was made. It's been since then, I think, 5 years. We took about a 5-year analysis of it anyway. And what the conclusion was that it depends year to year, and it depends how you look at it and what you want to achieve. And there's a lot of different stats that you can use as a relevant point for you when you look at it, if it's working or not. We took a few of them, and I'm going to show you a few of them. I know the graphs look intimidating. They definitely are intimidating to make, and the Excel spreadsheet that's behind them is, God, I've never seen something more intimidating in my life, especially as a law student. But anyways, we will get into it and we'll go shortly through it. So we'll start off with the quantity of applications, quantity of applicants. This is how it looks like throughout the years. We made obviously graphs, and obviously 2020 sees a drop that was, well, representative of the year that happened. But the rest of the years, they generally see, you see a rise in 2019. So generally, the more and more members were applying, with 2018 being the sole loser of that trend. But again, this changes from year to year, and it varies very much. Now, this is the orange one, the orange line you see. This represents the total number of applicants per IS, like an average per international session, and obviously it matches like about a third of the applicants per year. Well, 2020 excluded. So the general amount of them in total was about 609 or 610. So a lot of applicants from a lot of countries, from a lot of clusters, genuinely coming to something that was very complicated to put into graphs, but we managed to do something. So quickly, this is the applicant acceptance rates per certain cluster. We took an analysis of cluster compared to clusters, and we took an average that we wanted to achieve. And we took all of that and we put that into yearly formats and we put it into the graphs. There are 2 graphs, and I could explain them in details, but I don't think we'll have time for that. And the more I'm getting into this, the more I think I should. I see David being like, no, and yeah, okay, yeah. Generally, I'm just going to show you the last one, and that's probably the most important one. This is something we named regional imbalance. It's something we took as a relevant point for whether or not the system is working. So just in short, if you look at it, these numbers here, the regional imbalance column should be around 0. So that's what we're looking for in this in the statistics. If this was around 0, that means it's the ideal situation where each cluster is represented as close as it could be to what it should be. When you look at the minus, so like the negative values, this means that this is underrepresented, and if you see the green values, that means it's overrepresented. A general explanation what these 2 are will be added to the documents. We'll post all of this, and I don't want to read it because it's a bit long and a lot of math went into it. But generally, what our conclusion up until now was that the system definitely has its flaws, a lot of them, and it is definitely not working to the standard that we want it to work. So achieving a complete representation of EYP on an IS. And it definitely needs revision, and in terms of whether the groups will be changed, whether the system itself needs to be changed, and other statistics. Generally, there's a lot of numbers and there's a lot of approaches to be taken, and it generally varies what our goal is. Is it equal representation? Is it equal amounts of members? It really, really depends what you want to achieve with it. And generally, what the conclusion that we came to is that something needs to be changed, and if something needs to be revised, it will need to be revised more after us each year or each 2 years, definitely. but the system itself needs more work and it needs more analysis until we can come up to a solution that could be probably doable. Until then, we don't want to go into it, and we don't want to give any conclusion until we can do more analysis. So yeah, I'm gonna upload all of this, and I'm gonna upload more documents. We have a Google Drive folder that's about 1 gigabyte at this point, which really is threatening to hear. But yeah, with that, I'll probably ask for an extension. We'll certainly ask for an extension, but I'll probably wrap up so others can also get their time. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andrew. As a suggestion, just because it does feel like the working group has made a lot of progress, if any of this can be presented, even if like in a not super formal way, just kind of like some of the data that we've already analyzed, if you could maybe share it in Slack, so that any NC member who is curious can take a look at it. Just like a suggestion for the upcoming week, if you want to.
Sure. Oh, also, yeah, sorry. The one of the more important parts that I have to mention, we have prepared a survey that we will send out through the BNC list to board members that we would love them to fill in. It's anonymous, and it doesn't even ask for your NC. Well, probably won't. Generally to see how the NC's board members or more experienced members who have experience with ISs, how they read about the cluster system. So yeah, we'll be sending that out as well in some time, manner, shape, or form, if we get renewed, obviously. Yeah, thanks.
Yep. Thank you so much, Andrew. Also want to give appreciation to the people giving appreciation in the Zoom chat. Yes, indeed, like I'm personally very, very happy with the work that has been put into, and as Andrew said, it is an incredibly enormous amount of data. And so we're very, very grateful that you guys are going through this and are coming up with interesting conclusions. Can't wait to see the final products of the working group. Hopefully by the next BNC meeting, when that mandate is over. With that in mind, we would then need to vote on the extension of this working group. We have, I believe, or we will very soon, anyway, received a formal request by Andrew to extend the mandate of the working group. And so I believe we should vote on this. We can vote on this nemine contradicente, because as you can see, the working group seems to be doing a good job. And so I don't really see a reason for it to cease to exist until their final product comes along. If anyone does, however, see a reason why this shouldn't take place and why the mandate should end now, then please feel free to speak up, and then we'll have a proper vote. But otherwise, we can vote nemine contradicente. I don't see anyone speaking, so I'm assuming this means everyone is in support of this working group, and we can't wait to see what you guys come up with this extension of the mandate. Thank you so much, Andrew. And with that said, I'll pass it on to the last working group, which is the working group on sustainability, chaired by Sarah. Sarah, you have the floor.
Hello. How are you guys? Sarah, and I'm here to present the working group on sustainability and the last one. And this group was made only 3 members, Mary Fisher from EYP Germany, Daniel Binda from EYP Austria. I was the chair of this working group, and I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Term, as you know, started on the last BNC meeting, but that still few things were done last minute, but you know how hard it's to coordinate schedules and work within the working group. But I have to say that I was very lucky to be working with Mary and Daniel, and even though we were a small group, I think we are very happy with the final result of it. So the guide will be sent later today to the BNC, and now I will only give you a short summary of what we have actually done, since the guide itself is pretty long. Sustainability guide, of course, should serve as a suggestion rather than a strict regulations, of course. And of course, we are aware that not all aspects can be included in one single session nor every level of the session. But yet we hope it will be of a huge help for organizers when organizing more sustainable sessions. So what we have covered in this guide was waste in terms of plastic, paper, and water waste. We covered food and beverage, merchandise, transport, venues, accommodations, and marketing. And we try to cover every aspect of these topics. We distinguish the sections, and at the beginning of each section, we explain the relevance and we gave facts for that certain topic. And we gave general tips and suggest possible solutions and alternative practices for keeping the session more sustainable. I think that more or less we covered each topic from environmental, economic, and social stance. And we tried really to be clear and concise as much as possible. Also, we stress out the importance of the sustainability, of raising awareness actually of sustainability through the whole document, but also we made a final chapter of the guide for raising awareness. And I guess that's more or less that. And as I said, the guide will be sent later today to the BNC. And also, yes, there won't be any content changes, but we do need a proofreading. And if that will be possible, we might add some nicer design to the document. And yes, I guess that's it. And I hope it will be approved and published, and I hope you will like it in the end.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah. Indeed, I am very much looking forward to reading through the whole guide. Thank you to the entire working group on sustainability for all of your work. Just in general, honestly, I think that's something very relatable to all NC members present at the BNC. This is all done, obviously, in a voluntary capacity. So all of the working group chairs have been doing it because they are willing to do it for the sake of the network. So please join me in a big moment of appreciation for them, for the two that are currently presenting their work, but also for the two that will hopefully next meeting also have amazing results to show us, which is Arad and Mia, for the working groups that were approved in this BNC meeting. So that concludes the working group updates. If anyone has any questions for either Sarah or Andrew, feel free to raise your digital hands now, or you can also reach out to them after the meeting via email or Slack or whatever you want. A big thank you once again to all the working groups and working group chairs. And thank you, Sarah. And before we move on to the closing of the meeting, I would like to remind everyone that we currently have 3 informal votes, kind of just more of a polling situation going on, which are, let me make sure I don't forget any. So we have one in the corporate design channel regarding the debate we had there. Also one in the finance structure channel, which, as a reminder, is now a constant channel, so not one for 2101 specifically, just the channel that's always going to be there for people who need help. And there's also one on the number of ISs. So the 3 big topics of debate where the GB and the IO were trying to kind of obtain the NC's perspective, you can kind of like formalize your NC stance in that, in giving that indication to the GB and the IO of how you're feeling about the debates. With that out of the way, I believe that concludes the working groups and workshop updates. Thanks again to everyone who participated in all of those. And I will pass it on to Stefan for the closing of the meeting. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you everyone who shared their updates with us. And thank you to all NCs and NC representatives who had amazing points over the weekend. And as I did yesterday, I think it's only okay to give you the analysis of both days today, where we had 105 points of debate in total, 32 direct responses and 11 statements, with 2 NCs standing out with 14 points, which would be EYP Belgium and with 30 points, EYP France. So thank you both to Belgium and France for being so active during the weekend, as well as the other NCs who had equal or great participation during the weekend. Also, this BNC meeting concludes the term of this BNC board. So I wanted to firstly thank Laura and Joao for helping us out during the year and supporting us for both BNC meetings. So thank you guys, and thank you everyone in the office for allowing us to enjoy our term. And also a big, massive thank you goes to the previous BNC board for supporting us throughout the year, and especially for Kevin for replying to all my messages and questions throughout the term. And finally, thank you to David and to Linda for helping me out as well during the term. And I mean, as you all know so far, it definitely wouldn't be possible without the two of them to handle everything, especially the BNC meeting and the whole preparation for it. So big thank you. It was such a pleasure, although it's not the end because we still have a lot of things to do, including the handover. It was a big pleasure. So now I wanted to give some time to David and Linda to address everyone, and then I think it would be also nice to go to the international office to give some form of a wrap up to the meeting, and then we can all enjoy the rest of the evening. So again, thank you everyone. David, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Yeah, I've kind of already given my thoughts on this BNC meeting, but do want to give a massive appreciative moment to all BNC members present here. I think I was personally pretty guilty of this as a member before I joined the BNC. I wasn't really aware of what the BNC was doing or how much work actually went into it. And so I'm sure that whoever isn't watching us live on YouTube and whoever isn't here isn't necessarily super aware of the work that you have put into this meeting and the fact that you had to spend so much time in front of your computer during this weekend. But rest assured that even if your members don't show you this appreciation because they don't know what they are appreciating, they for sure appreciate what comes out of these meetings and the results of the work that you put into them. I do think the BNC should be aware of its importance in international governance. And I think you guys as NC representatives should be aware of your importance just by being here and by sitting here. So thank you very, very much for all the work that you've put into, all the points that you raised, all the statements that you made, all the topics of debate that you suggested, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We truly are grateful as part of the BNC board that we were able to have two very fruitful meetings. A very weird term to be in the BNC board for sure. Still, I think when I started the mandate, I was the first person in the BNC board who had never been to the international office. I will finish the mandate being the only BNC board person who hasn't been to the international office yet. But hopefully for the handover period, I can finally take my office picture. And yeah, I will extend my thanks to everyone at the IO and the GB for making this this term run as smoothly as it did. And a massive thank you to my two partners, Stefan and Linda, who we haven't met physically yet, but still, I would say I would trust you guys with a lot, just out of how much work I've seen the two of you put into the BNC board life. With that said, I would pass it to Linda then to finalize the BNC board's opinions. Yeah. But just as my final word in the BNC board at a BNC meeting, I would like to say Nemina Kontretusin.
Thank you, David. Actually, you're not going to be the first one. I haven't been to the office either. I still haven't. I don't have the picture either. I have never seen the famous door in person. I have never met David in person as well. So this term definitely has been very weird with all the because of being online, because I have been used to BNC meetings in person, but this year was definitely a very good learning opportunity after being on the other side of the table after so long of being an NC representative. I learned a lot in this year from Excel to a lot more, but Excel was my basic main enemy at this during this term. And yeah, I've also learned very much from David and Stefan both. And I would also like to thank Ayo and Anya and Joe and Laura for helping us, and of course the previous board as well, because Kevin truly is the MVP who helped us along the way all the time. But yeah, I've had very much fun and it's been a great year, and I hope the next board has as much fun as we did.
Thank you very much, Linda. I hope I didn't cut you off, but since we're speaking about the next board, we wanted to pitch that the call for the next BNC board will soon be published. So if you're wondering whether you should apply, or if you have any questions about what happened in the previous year behind the curtain, we suggest that you message either of us or all three of us, whatever you feel comfortable with, and we'd love to help you out in any way we can. The timeline for the upcoming elections will soon be published, so stay tuned. And as always, I mean, stay hydrated. That will be my final point. And now we can jump to EYP office if they wanted to say a few words before we wrap up the meeting.
Yes, thank you very much. I would love to say a couple of words and to start thanking actually to Joao, who put this meeting for us. And I would really want all of us to just give him a round of virtual clapping. And thank you, Joao, for all your work that you've put together. And I hope you all enjoyed your packages and social program. I definitely had fun playing Among Us. I even was an imposter once, so I killed a few people, so it was a lot of fun. And I urge you to join it next time. And yeah, also actually, I hope you enjoyed watching the stories that we recently had, which Joao and Marlene put together, which revealed that EYP door is actually not an EYP door. It's a big mystery that was now revealed. But of course, I'm really hopeful that all of you will visit the office soon. And I really also want to, of course, thank all of you and to remind what a unique organization we are. It's so incredible to see that the third meeting in a row, we have so much passion. We logged in on Friday afternoon. It's a Sunday evening and we are all still here listening, debating, putting the informal vote. Like it's really just incredible to be reminded of who we are as EYPs and community. So thanks a lot for this and for your contributions and work. And of course, I think my last words would go to Linda, David, and Stefan for your incredible work. It's so difficult this year that you've experienced. You've applied knowing that you'll come to Berlin twice, you'll have a handover, and then you had just to rethink the entire format from scratch. And you've done such a wonderful job. I would really want us all to clap and to thank them all for keeping us all together and for putting all of these meetings for us, not having seen each other and the door. And I can only encourage you to get in touch with them because you could also learn a lot from their experience. And I really admire how much positivity and hard work you put, regardless of all the demotivation that you might have experienced on your way. So thank you very much from us and for really being in charge of the most important platform for all of us to discuss. And of course, I would also jump on the train and promote the BNC elections. And it might be the very first governance meeting to happen in person with a handover from David, Linda, and Stefan, and 3 future members. So do apply, and we will publish a call very soon and facilitate the elections. So also, if you don't apply, vote in the elections. And yes, thanks a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing many of you over the course of the year at various events. And have a wonderful Sunday. I hope, you have some nice plans and drink water and have a walk. And I pass on to you, Stefan, or David, or Linda.
Thank you very much, Anya. And again, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the meeting as much as we did. And that's more or less it. So now officially, this BNC meeting is closed. Thank you, and hopefully see you soon, literally somewhere in Europe and not on Zoom. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, wait. Let me take a video for our Instagram saying bye-bye. And if you could all please, Laura, are you here actually? if Laura, you're here, great. Just in case, please help me. But if everyone could just unmute yourself and say goodbye in your national language, and we'll just take a small video of it and post it on our Instagram. So 1, 2, 3. And you could start leaving the meeting. Hey team.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everyone doing?
Oh, wait. Hi, Ferdinand. Feel free to
Stop
stay.
the live stream.
Yeah.